And if you're talking, we can't hear you.
You're good.
All set?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, and welcome to Tales from the Temple Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I'm your Dungeon Master for Avress, the Shattered World, here on the Temple Tankard Discord channel and Discord server and YouTube channel. That's what it was. Anyway, we are here today in an underwater cavern as the group has tracked the missing lizard folk from the village that they encountered to the shores of the massive lake in the middle of the Dreadmire. That most residents here call the Murk. In casting a water breathing spell and delving down into the shores into a subterranean network of tunnels, they came out uh, into a submerged cavern with a pocket of air inside, where a number of lizard folk were all sitting around, just sort of in a daze of sorts. The group dealt with them and snapped most of them out of it. Some of them rather a little too forcefully, thanks to a fireball. But uh, they also managed to discover the shaman that seemed to have been the culprit as to why they were all there in the first place. The lizard folk then uh, left the caverns and headed back toward their village, and we find ourselves with the group in the same cave, along with this uh, bit of a crazed shaman. Um, the he's definitely, as you could tell from encountering him, he is not under any sort of influence, as all the ones that were hypnotized slash controlled, dominated, whatever you want to call it, had this sort of glowing amber colored eyes. His eyes are clear. Um, he is definitely not under the same influence that they were. And all evidence you've seen so far indicates that he was the one that helped them become, help them end up under that influence. So, what would you like to do? The chamber you do know has um, a another exit that heads down deeper um, into the lake and down deeper into the depths. Essentially, the chamber,
Should
the passageway,
we?
quickly becoming dark a um, and much more um, difficult to see down that way. But here you are.
What worries me is the last time we were in this region, we came across some people, one of which was under the influence of something, and they turned out to be under the influence of some sort of parasite that we couldn't save them from, and now they're not it. Um, and that worries me that might be something like that. There might be a parasite or something, because he's clearly under the influence of something, even though it's not the same as the rest of the guys that were here.
I asked that last week, and I asked if Sitara could notice it, and I believe I was told that um, uh, Lucas can detect it, can he? Is it Lucas or Sora that can detect it?
I think Sutara can,
So
I
Tora can
believe,
be effective.
if it's the same as what we had before.
Mm-hmm.
So, Satara, go ahead and give me a perception check or a medicine or nature, whichever one you want to use in this case. Okay.
Nice.
You are absolutely certain there is no presence of the void in this being. There is no dark influence of the grasping void, but there is something I wouldn't say influencing this one. This person has come in contact with some eldritch type of mind of some kind. It's not the same. It's not that there's anything inside of it. There's nothing that's saying that this thing is under anything's direct control. But it's come on it's come into contact with something otherworldly, aberrant.
Okay.
You want to say?
Let the rest of the party know that it's definitely, not the dark void or grasping void, and yeah, something different.
He essentially, you got him restrained, and he's just sort of like whatever bonds you have on him. I mean, at this point, he's been snapped out of the hypnotic pattern at least, but he's just sort of like glaring at all of you. Obviously, not happy with the situation.
Can any of you spellcasters tie a knot? Magical knot?
We can tie a regular knot with rope.
I'm not sure it would work, but okay.
Why wouldn't it?
I mean, he doesn't.
You're just trying to bind him, right? So that he doesn't run off?
Yeah.
Okay. So we can tie him up with a rope, or we can put manacles on him.
One thing you do realize that he could change shape into a crocodile, so.
Mm-hmm. Hands are still bound. Bound or bound?
We'll stay there.
Why don't we see if he would take us to his master that he was trying to take the others to?
We could.
What could go wrong?
I believe we had asked him that before, and I thought
agreed to it actually.
Did he? I thought he said that he needed more, and we weren't enough.
Well,
I don't remember.
Well, I mean, we're what he has, so at least that's something, yeah?
I'm not disagreeing, just saying what he said. Maybe he changed his mind after the sleep he got.
No, effectively, he's like, I mean, yeah. I mean, he's just glaring at all of you, like waiting to see what happens here. At this point, he can't really get away from you. You're surrounding him. So,
can we, gag him so he can't? I don't know if it's innate ability. I don't know if it's got verbal and semantic gestures needed for him to change. Is there a way we can keep him from changing other than knocking him out?
I mean, you haven't talked to him at all yet. I mean, in terms of like, you want to find out information from him, there is that.
Okay.
He's just at this point just glaring at all of you, like he realizes he can't.
Ask him about his master then. Who is his master? What's his name? Its name.
I serve Lurk. It is the being that should rule this place. All should serve him.
If we wanted to serve him, would you take us to him?
Give me a deception check. As you are obviously not going to serve him. Let's see if he can discern anything of you. Somewhat decent wisdom. Ooh. He sort of narrows his eyes.
Don't wish to serve. If you did, you wouldn't have released all of his offlings and servants.
I might want to serve him. I like the
I
idea.
don't think so.
You don't think so?
When we released the others, we didn't know that they were going to serve him. Now, did we?
You have interesting words, but why your actions speak otherwise?
We just believe in the freedom of choice, that's all. If someone wants to serve somebody or something, they should be able to choose to do that, like you clearly have.
Sort of glares at you.
You may change your minds in the presence of the Lurk.
So introduce us. Introduce us then, if you think that's likely. I'd love to meet him.
Give me a persuasion check. Again, he's still obviously glaring at all of you, and he's not dumb.
Not great.
Okay, at least like is somewhat receptive to that.
I can take you.
The way I see it, we've got a choice here. We can either use you as a guide to take us to him, or them, or whatever the creature is, or you just become unnecessary and we don't need to, you know. But we're not going to go and let you go back to the town because you just led all of the people to their possible demise. So, you know, you've either got a choice of being a guide or not being around any longer. So, you know.
And just sort of like, I mean, he's like,
if you wish to be in the presence of the great Lurk, I can bring you.
That sounds wonderful.
I mean, he's obviously, you will say he's the glare has turned to something more shrewd. Those of you with the higher insights is that he's confident that you will just be dominated by this
Lurk.
thing. Food for
Yeah.
Lurk, or servants of the Lurk.
And you can always bring up the fact that he'll be rewarded because the Lurk really wants us because we have hurt him before in other ways.
I think
not hurt him, but delayed his.
Something that you realize sitting here, looking around, these are all very able-bodied lizard folk that were here. There are no young, there are no old. These were all like probably the most fit.
Prime.
Yeah, of the ones that were here. There were a few mostly male, a couple of females, but they were all definitely hunters and or warrior types that were here in this cavern, this chamber. There are no young, there are no old.
I'm thinking about going north up here and just checking out that cavern a little bit, see what I can see if I can. And
it's not hard.
Get up here and go stealth.
Sure. Yeah. So, as you sort of like make your way into there, it is a darkened chamber. It's not really. There's, as you kind of push your way down into there, it's sort of a. There's no air in there. Like you're going under the water. You still can breathe the water, so it's not a problem. But as you move into that chamber, there is no light. And it's a darkened chamber that has, it seems to, the water temperature is slightly different as you go down into there, as if it's a bit colder as you go into that space there. It is very dark. The water is definitely being fed from somewhere deeper, probably in the lake. There's lots of cracks and fissures in the wall, but there's nothing really so much that you can really go into those spaces.
All right,
It's a
so
sort of an open chamber there. It's like looking around.
25, 30
Give me
feet,
a
100
perception
feet.
check. It's probably about the chamber's probably roughly 15 feet, rough hewn, similar to this one, kind of rounded shape there. And you can find that you could probably widen some of these crevices and kind of move down into there, but you're not really sure if these are tunnels you could really use. Something with less of a solid form could maybe move through those spaces, or small things like eel or fish could move into there. And you probably see there are some small fish and minnows that
Okay,
that are
so
kind of swimming
I don't
around
see
in that
anything
space in
shiny
there.
or anything like that. So okay.
No, you will find some fish bones. Like maybe some of the lizard folk may have been using this to eat some of the fish that were in here. Um, but there's not really, if there's nothing really beyond that chamber that you can spot.
Okay. I'll come
So-
back. I'll come back to the group.
So my concern here,
Mhm.
if all of the people that were here were able-bodied adults, he's either already taken all of the elderly people and the children to the Lurk, or is just, I don't know, killed them all or something. So
I mean, you have an ability you can use every single day that would tell you this.
I do.
First level,
My
you
brain
get
isn't.
it. Detect thoughts.
Oh, that
You want
one.
to delve into his mind? You
I'm
can.
sorry. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
your core mechanic you have.
Yeah, I would have
Sorry,
come
just-
to that. I would have come to that eventually.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's really what I should do, because I want to know. I mean, I'll ask him the question. I'll say what happened to all of the other people from the town, or from the village.
He will say this.
They serve in their own way.
Okay.
See, I'll just go ahead and you have no problem delving into his.
Mm-hmm.
What's your DC? Is it 18 or higher? Your spell
It's
DC.
18.
Okay, yeah. So, he does put up a bit of resistance as you kind of delve into there. The surface thoughts are, you definitely see very prominent in surface thoughts is a kind of large, and you look at it sort of like, what am I looking at here? And it is a large, dominating, like amber colored, sickly eye. There's a vertical slit across there, and it fills his view. It's definitely prominent in his thoughts as he's speaking, and you realize he's probably looking at the Lurk, at least what he imagines of it anyway. Pushing into the memories there, you will see a number of things. Pushing deeper and focusing on that, a time when he was with an expedition, of a hunting party, maybe, at the shores of the lake, with some hunters and everything else, and some other folks of his village, obviously, gathering herbs and gathering lakeside herbs and critters and such like that, and encountering a creature, the same amber colored eyes, and rather than attacking, luring it, beckoning it forward out into the lake, he and the other hunters and expedition, the part of his group, going out into the lake and seeing something large and dark. And there's a bit of a fuzziness to this memory as you're pushing through it. It's like time doesn't quite match up. There's no the passage of time is kind of lost. And then seeing that massive eye and the voice, not so much a voice, just sort of an intent. More. Bring more. Serve me. And in that memory, you realize that he was the only one that came back from that. The rest of the party didn't return.
Okay.
And flash forward to some time later. You get sort of a little flashes of imagery of him carving into the various spaces of his, what you realize was his hut, carving that circular eye shape into various things. They're obsessively working on things, brewing and making potions. The ones you assume would make the other villagers more susceptible to control, to kind of that deadens their minds to an idea.
And not all the
And
herbs that
then
he hung
setting
up
off
as well.
on prepping things and using the things he needed to do so, prepping the concoctions that would do what obviously they did, and then setting off, coming here, and you will know that from that yes, they separated into different groups. Some following him down into the depths, returning to be here in this chamber. Others staying in the depths. Not controlled, but contained, waiting, sleeping. Somewhere down below.
Okay.
And so there definitely is some of the folk that came his way are still down there somewhere. And you realize it's just sort of, yeah. So yeah, there's definitely the you don't see any further memories of him with the Lurk. Just occasional static in his mind, like whatever him reacting to it. It's almost like it's like the idea of just a staticky radio sound in his mind that you can't make out the sound of it. There's definitely something there, but you can't make out words or communication. But he can. He's able to understand it and act upon the orders that he's receiving.
Yeah. Okay.
At no point is there any hesitation in him. He is serving his master. He will do what he says.
But
Happy to do so.
Clearly under the... Is he not under the influence of it, though? I mean, he's happy to do so because of the influence? Or...
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, he definitely is eager to do his bidding. Whether it can be broken, you don't know.
Can you dispel magic on it? Well, that kind of magic, can it be dispelled?
Potentially. Sitara, if you know that if there is a domination effect that's ongoing, if it's not an active effect, if it's become something that's been ingrained in someone, likely it's more of a curse or you need to modify memories or something in order to remove that sort of thing. It's not really a matter of there's just a dominate person or something, some sort of active spell. It's become something that's been ingrained in his mind. It could potentially be removed, but it's hard to say.
I'll do a detect magic or ritually cast detect magic on him so I can see any lingering effect.
Yep. What you'll find is that there's no actual effective charm effect. There's no charm effect on him currently. Whatever's in him has become part of his memory, his mind at this point. He's definitely. I mean, you think there's not like a spell you could just dispel and it would be fine. This requires therapy. This requires intensive time to undo what's been done. In this case, it isn't just a throw a spell on him and it goes away. You can determine that from the death magic there. You would be able to detect any charm effect, any enchantment, any sort of transmutation or anything else. That there's no active magical effect on him. It's now imprinted into his mind. So, you've probably heard of this kind of thing in some of your writings and everything else. That enchantment is a very common thing amongst bards, of course, and so the idea that an enchantment could be made permanent if done over a long, long period of time or with a powerful enough effect. And that's sort of what's been done here in a way. He doesn't.
Almost like
You
a
don't need
dominate
to.
spell. He's dominated the
But
mind.
a permanent domination at this
Yeah.
point. It's not something to be dispelled anymore.
But even a permanent domination would no longer be an effect if the creature itself was dead, right?
More than likely, if the,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it would still be. He would still know of what thing was. At this point, he's become brainwashed.
Mm-hmm.
The brainwashing doesn't go away when the thing that brainwashed you dies. He's been his mind has been changed.
Okay.
But brainwashing can be undone.
Mm-hmm. Hey, does anybody know how long you can keep somebody alive in a portable hole? How much air has it got in it?
It's the amount of time that they can hold their breath.
Yeah, but
Effectively, I
there's going
believe
to
it
be
says
air in there for a certain amount of time before they have to hold
check
their
the
breath,
item.
right?
About 3 minutes.
It says in the item actually. Look it up.
I don't know why 10 minutes sounds familiar, but 10
It,
minutes
it,
plus.
that's why I believe what it is. Yeah, it says it in the item description.
That's
I don't have
handy.
Yeah,
I don't have a
a
portable
breathing
hole.
creature within a closed portable hole gets right for 10 minutes, after which it begins to suffocate. Yes.
But 10
Oh,
minutes
it says
plus
10
the amount
minutes.
of time that they can hold their breath, right? Or is it just
Yeah.
10 minutes in general?
Well, at that point, the air runs out, and yes, they are suffocating. So, however long they can go without air.
Mhm.
I mean, he
Yeah.
is a druid. So the chances are he can wild shape into something that doesn't need to breathe.
Is he a druid or is he a shaman?
Or he's a shaman, probably. But we know that he can wild shape, don't we?
I don't think
No, you can
or
shape.
there's no natural creature that doesn't need to breathe.
Okay.
Actually,
Not that I can think of.
if I polymorphed into a space eel, they do not need to breathe.
Yeah, but they're not natural to this world.
Right.
You're just not
But
natural,
if he's
period. I don't care
been
what world you
polymorphed,
are.
yeah.
A space eel? That's not natural.
Yeah, technically, Space Eel is a beast. So, you could polymorph someone into a Space Eel. It's just
You
that
could
someone
polymorph
who isn't
him.
from Aspect wouldn't know what
Could
it
polymorph the lizard folk into a space eel?
Yeah.
lasts for an hour. It does only last for an hour, so it wouldn't be a permanent thing.
That's more than 10 minutes. It's got an hour and 10 minutes to live.
Well, I mean, I'd like to think that we could just tie him up and take him with us, but if we do that,
I think he's willing to take us there, at least far enough. And I
Yeah.
say this ionically, I think he's willing to take us there willingly, at least most of the way there. He might, but we just got to keep an eye on him because he's going to start lying through his teeth to get away from us and do whatever he can. But I think for now we're okay. I think he'll actually lead us to him.
as detect thoughts goes to wear off there, in his surface thoughts, you will still pick up the fact that yes, he would love to have you serve the Lurk. The idea of powerful servants to serve his master and do his bidding
And
is
he'd
very
be
appealing.
rewarded for bringing us to him.
So, he will essentially. At one point, you asked him, like, yes, this would be the way to go. In and the passage of time is a bit fuzzy. In his memories of going that way. But there's definitely some chambers and twists and turns into the passages and areas that obviously open up into the lake itself. Like there's like effectively you get images of emerging from a passageway looking at the expanse of the lake and then going back into another passageway. And so finding where this leads would be tricky without a guide.
Yeah, we're still down the hit points we were at, correct?
Yes, you are still where you were before. Down hit points and spells, everything else. So, what would you like to do?
I say we move on. How deep is the water standing right here? Is it over my head?
It will
looks
be, yeah.
shallower there.
I mean, it's effectively it. You could submerge yourself. It's probably about chest deep right there, and it quickly gets deeper as you look down the passageway. In fact, a little ways down, there is no more air. It's like
We're going to be in a cavern of some sort.
Yeah, but you still breathe. You're still breathing water.
So, are we going?
I don't see why not. We have a person guiding us, or are we just gonna touch and feel?
We can follow him. He seems quite happy to take us to the Lurk.
Amethyst, you know from reading his memories, you would not be able to find your way easily. There is a lot of twisting and turning.
It's like a labyrinth. I think the best chance we have is letting him take us. And obviously, we're going to be doing all of this telepathically, so he's not listening in on what we're saying to one another.
Yep.
I'm going to tell him not everybody can see in the dark, so we need to put a rope around his waist. Not tight, but put a rope around his waist so everybody could follow him.
Are you
have an issue
trying
with that?
Cast light on him.
Well, hold on. Everybody can't see in the dark, so are you telling him that because you want to tie him a rope around him, or are you telling him that because you think that Sword doesn't have dark vision?
Yes.
Sword has the goggles. She
Yeah.
has the goggles, so she's okay.
So you actually all can see in the dark now. But I mean, yeah, if you want to tie something to him, I mean, he won't protest as long as you're gonna follow him.
That's all it
happy
is. I'm just trying to I point to her. He doesn't need to know that the goggles give her dark vision, but it gives us a handhold on him for at least a second.
I will lead you. Yes.
So there you go. If you don't want the rope, we don't have to put the rope. But it was just a suggestion.
I was just making sure you understood Sword does not have a dark vision issue anymore.
Okay.
I will say this. Unless you have an actual way to move, you're moving at half speed because you are swimming. You don't have swim speeds. So it is a little bit slow going.
Not me.
Thora, you are okay. Yes, you can move. You can move through at your normal speed. But everyone else, unless you have a way to gain a movement, Lucas, I believe your flight is still. Or you dropped your flight, actually, didn't you?
Yeah,
you didn't have a pattern. That's right.
It's only 10 minutes anyway.
Yeah.
My boots. Does that mean as long as I kick my feet, I move at my normal speed?
No, you have a walking speed. That's what it says.
Which is 30, right?
Yes, but your swim speed is half that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, your boots don't give you swimming speeds. It just makes your walking speed is not hampered by anything. But swimming is not difficult terrain. It's just swimming.
Am I able to use my carpet here?
No.
Okay.
It does. It does. It would. I would say it would move at half speed if you really wanted to try to use your carpet. But I mean, it'd be waterlogged and kind of flopping around weird, and um,
Not happy.
so it would still give you faster movement, but it's a little odd.
To the Baxi have
No.
dark vision?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. The only one that didn't have dark vision initially was Sora. So, um, so, uh, you will follow him down into
The depths.
the depths as very
Keep going,
quickly
let's
you
go.
are submerged, and there is no light in a lot of this. Occasionally, you'll see little patches of what might be some sort of illumination, but it's not much. So it is very dark as you move down. So, you
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
are the shaman there is, it seems, content to just move along there. It's not really hampered. They do have a swim speed, so he's able to move along pretty well. Just making sure that you all keep up. The passage twists and turns, it widens and narrows. You don't find yourself having to like squeeze in like too tightly, but it is definitely this rough hewn. There are patches of sort of like almost like muddy earth, which you kind of puffs out a little bit of debris as you brush past it there, and you see occasional fish and crustaceans on the walls and floors of the passageway there. After about half an hour or so, you will see like as you emerge from this hole in the wall of the lake, and you just see dark blue black expanse, something like this, like emerging into this void of water, obviously
I'll look at what
lighter
I
above
think
you.
is up. Can I see sunshine?
Yeah,
Did we just come
you
out
will
into
see
the lake?
it's you see it's brighter looking upward where you think that. I mean, obviously you can blow out little bubbles and see them travel upward. So you follow them upward and see that is less dark that way and much more dark down there. But you can't really see the surface or light. You're down probably a couple 100 feet at this point. It's the pressure is interesting because since you breathe
Immense.
water, the pressure isn't bothering you.
Hmm.
But you definitely see some a large dark shape move off in the distance. See some little schools of fish. You can't see the bottom. It's still dark down there. You can't see. But you look on the wall. He's sort of like beckoning down a little ways, and you see him maybe about 30, 40 feet off as it leads you down toward another opening in the wall. And you go in
Okay.
there, following him into another twisting set of tunnels. These ones more rocky. There's less mud, there's less these are definitely weird little vents. Um Grimbar, you've seen things like this. These are sort of like um there's definitely volcanic activity that forms these. These are cracks and rifts from volcanic activity, and occasionally you feel a little bit of a warmth as you pass by something. Not enough to be scalding or anything else, but there's definitely a shifting in temperature in various places. A little, and occasionally just sort of a strange shift in the temperature as you pass by these little vents and things in the wall of
Okay.
this chamber.
And how about the water itself? Is it getting warmer as we're going or colder?
No, it's
The deeper
overall
we
getting
go.
colder. That's part of the reason why you're going to feel that temperature shift there as the regular temperature of the water is getting colder. Because there's
Okay.
occasional like surges of warmth in various spots. But you move down through the chambers, and he leads you deeper. Make perception checks as you move along.
You know, those are my favorite kind of checks.
I can tell. Wow, you guys are rocking this set though.
Come on. Thank you. Oh, it rolled twice.
That's okay. I'll do that. Okay, that's fine. So you kind of find yourself as you're in the darkness and you're moving finally, but it's still this whole thing. You've been on the coast all your life, but being down deep like this is kind of weird. You're just kind of find yourself focusing on him so you don't lose the path. Focusing on the person in front of you and checking people behind you, so you're kind of always there. And at this, you're finding listening. It's strange because it's so quiet here. There's no sound of wind or anything else, and you've listened to the kind of the low hum of the thoughts of the folks around you through the telepathic bond. You do realize, however, that as you've been traveling down here a ways, you're going to need to recast it. As everything gets quiet as the telepathic bond fades between all of you. You can still hear.
Naturally?
Yes. It's been over an hour since you cast it last.
Wow.
Well. So you can oddly still speak to each other. It's a little strange and garbled, but you can understand each other speaking with the water breathing spell on. It's sort of a with little bubbles and sound. So it's odd. It's this weird sound. Your voice sounds weird to you and to each other, of course, but enough you can understand each other and understand.
I think Grimbar died.
Yeah, I think he's probably thinking what I'm thinking, that like, what did you just say? And it's like, oh, I farted.
Centaur and Grim, you will catch. Moving along here, there are signs that others have been through this passage. Little scratches on the wall, little, like just kind of like someone kind of pulling themselves along or swimming and sinking maybe clawed hands into the wall. A line of maybe what may have been some sort of like chain or something scraping along the wall at some point, or a weapon scratching along the side. Something obviously had moved along here. Evidence that others have taken this passage as well. Lucas, with the natural 20 there. At one point, you will note that the shaman pauses for just a moment at a section and then continues moving on. And as you pass that section, you see that there's definitely something odd about the stonework of the passageway of the wall to your left, near where he passed by there.
Like what?
Well, this is Lucas, so.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, I'll stop and have a closer look.
Okay, as you check it out there, you realize that the stone here is. It looks like it could be moved, almost like a section of the wall is not quite attached, and if you look, there's gaps and grooves along there that aren't quite natural. As you pause to look at it, the shaman
This way to the master.
and he's sort of like beckoning you forward.
I'll ask him, what's in here?
Nothing of import. Just a storage area.
And you know he's not telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
His eyes keep darting along the way there, and like he's a little bit too eager to have you move on.
I'll try and open it.
Okay. Um, it takes a couple seconds there. Grim, you can kind of look at see what he's doing there and see he's there. And what you find is that you kind of like put your fingers into the side and kind of like push, and it sort of comes loose a little bit, and you're able to kind of wiggle this chunk of the wall back away. It's almost like it's hinged like a door, but not exactly like actual hinges.
I'll
And
give
you
the rope
push.
to Sora and give him a hand.
Yeah. Yeah, you're able to kind of up in there, kind of move in there, and you're able to push this stone back, and you see a passageway moving beyond into darkness. So that's
Do we want to go this way?
You want me to
Yeah.
scout ahead? You want me to scout ahead, or you just want to
No.
go that way?
the shamans.
No, this way to the Lurk, to the master. This way.
Just kind of beckoning you forward.
What's down here then? You said it was a storage, but there's nothing. It's a passageway.
Nothing of import. Nothing that matters. Not to you with this. Just the importance this way.
Kind of like nodding there, getting a little bit more frantic.
How about you shut it and we're gonna go find out what's down there.
Which
You're talking to the
What?
shaman. You're telling the shaman to shut his mouth and say, "Follow us, because we're going to go that way."
okay, so
Yep.
I wasn't sure
Yep.
what you were talking to, so
Okay.
talking to him. I was like, when you said shut it,
I did
like,
the
shut the
Sora
passageway.
translation
Like,
for you.
Yep.
I was like,
Yep.
shut the passageway and go. What
I thought you meant shut the door again. But yeah.
Yeah, I
No,
was like, yeah.
No.
Okay.
I meant
Talking
follow.
to-
The shaman is going to follow us now. That is how
Yeah,
that's going to work.
I'll be the interpreter on that one.
As you go in there, so who's going in first? We'll just kind of let me just we'll use this as sort of the who's so far Lucas and Grim, you are up at the entrance here, so I put you first. He was back kind of this way.
Yeah.
So
He's back here with me.
okay.
You want me to go first, or you want to go first, Locus?
Are you good at spotting traps? Just in case.
Is he good
You're
at
you're the
spelling?
best then. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So Grim, you can put
My
you
my
first.
sleight of hand is plus 13, so yeah, I got a pretty good shot of that.
Well,
I don't know what kind of
investigation
traps underwater, but
It's investigation for to spot a trap, or perception to spot a trap, and then it'd be your sleight of hand / thieves tools to disarm it if you happen to find one. So, I have you two going first. Then who's going next?
I guess I will.
Okay. Then who we have?
Amethyst,
wanna
because he'll be between me and Amethyst.
Really?
Okay.
Uh-huh.
As you start to go in there, I mean, we'll kind of move you guys down the passageway a little bit here, like this.
Because I have a
Like
hold
this.
of him on the rope.
Okay. Sora, as you sort of kind of as Amethyst sort of moves into the space there, he will just suddenly comp down on the rope and bite through it because he's basically got lizard man teeth, and just bite through the rope there and try to swim away from you.
Nope, I'm gonna hit him.
Go right ahead.
I don't want to kill him. I just want to hit him.
Okay.
what is it with you guys?
They're not murder
I don't know.
hobos.
14?
Does that hit this guy?
I don't think it did. Why was it?
But that hits
15.
him. Yeah, the other guys had a little bit better
Okay.
armor. Yeah. So yeah, you smack him.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Oh, it already rolled
for
damage.
oh
Get
yeah,
it?
so it's going to be for 11. Looks like.
Mhm.
You all. This is going to be interesting here. Being underwater, there's a suddenly like, and you kind of feel this shake as thunder damage underwater is a very interesting effect. You all sort of like kind of flinch a bit at the sound wave traveling through the water around you. It caused a little bit of like rock and pebbles to kind of rain down a little bit in the passageway that you're in. Nothing that's like going to cause a cave in exactly, but it's definitely this like reverberating impact that hits you. Um, he flinches and kind of cries out a bit from the sound and anything else hitting him. But we'll try to continue on unless you try to hit him twice.
Yeah. Is he trying to pull away from me?
I mean, he bit through the rope. He's not confined anymore.
Okay, so then will Sentinel work?
I mean,
Sen-
we're not really in combat, so yeah. So Amethyst, he just kind of flinched away behind you, so you're right there as well. It's like
Yep.
he isn't.
I,
Yeah,
I
you're not.
was trying to like make his movement to 0 is what I was looking to do.
Yeah, so essentially, you stop him, Amethyst. You're literally like 10 feet from him. Like you would just gone into the tunnel when this happened behind you, so you can turn around and do something. It's not a problem.
Yeah.
So what would you
Yep.
like to do? I
Amethyst.
can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
I can cast hold monster on him. Sorry.
You can cast whole person on him. You don't know he's a fifthable spell
I
slot.
don't have hold
Okay.
person.
I mean, he's not. He got stopped by Sora already. I mean, I'm just saying that you don't
Yeah.
need to
He's
waste a vital spell slot.
Sentinel is that made him go to 0 movement speed.
He's not moving. So
I guess I'll just move behind him then and just sort of with Sora just say, keep moving.
okay, I mean he's okay. So you're gonna subdue him essentially. Is that what I'm hearing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
You know
So
that he's our guide, right?
Mm-hmm.
so effectively he's gonna thrash around until you, I mean, try to get away from you. You keep him where he's at. It does require you to hit him, so in order to keep him at 0 movement.
Me?
I mean, he's gonna try to get away from you at this point. There, he's essentially
Wait this way.
he's just like kind of thrashing away.
What? Hold on. Before you just try to freak out and disappear any further, why don't we hang out here and we'll let them go that way? We'll go this way. I think this will be the perfect time to recast telepathic bond then. Just so that we're out here with them and they're going in.
Okay.
Under.
All right. So you cast the bond, and you guys can think about to each other, looking forward to each other. The three of you heading down into that way. It's about maybe 35, 40, 50 feet ish, kind of a little bit winding there, and you end up into a passageway similar to this one here. It's not as large, but there is air, and it's odd. And what you see is a number of younger lizard folk, some older lizard folk, some scrawnier lizard folk that are kind of huddled in this space. They're just sort of staring at the water in front of them. As you enter, there will be two lizard folk that are much more intact, that have the glowing amber eyes, and they look up at you in alarm. Well, they look up at you and simultaneously and move toward you. You can easily put them down. There's just two lizard folk there, and any damage to them will snap them out of it.
Mm-hmm.
They sort of like looking around, kind of alarmed at what's going on there.
So we can they can hit them and snap them out of it and then send them back, can't they?
Yep, but we're not there.
Yes. So
Yeah.
I cast
Three-
frostbite.
what's that?
I cast frostbite on one of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially, any damage just sort of snaps them out of it, so it's not a problem. You just sort of, they just, and they're looking around, just confused by where they're at, and so the ones that are the ones that are obviously not controlled, the ones that are the I would say kids to elderly, and less hale and hardy folk there, are just sort of like this. At this point, just staring down at the ground there, and look up at you.
Can you get us out of here? Oh, we don't want to be here. Some have been taken, they're gone, but the rest of us are here.
And he points. He says, "Some have been taken and are gone." And he points to a very narrow space, that sort of goes down and out of view.
Very narrow, as in too
You could
small
fit.
for Sora
You
or
could
me?
fit. I mean, you could squeeze your way through there. I mean, it would be kind of cramped for you. Yes. You're
Underwater or
Yeah, it goes down underwater. Yes.
okay.
And it is dark that way as well. There's a couple of little patch of illumination in here, a strange little bubble of air at the top there, so these guys can breathe. And they're kind of sitting on a little rocky shelf that's just so they're up out of the water somewhat. But he points to this space there that goes down deeper, goes sort of down and into the darkness again.
Ask them what
something.
comes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, that was what I was going to ask.
Yeah. What's coming for them? What comes up to get them?
Points to one of the guys that had been controlled there.
They take us down occasionally. Some lead them down that way, pulling and forcing us down there. Only a couple have gone, but we don't know how long until the rest of us go.
And I'll ask the one that he pointed to. I says, "Do you remember what you took him down to?"
I don't know nothing. I don't know where I am. What this place is. What?
He's obviously confused, like the ones up above there. They're just sort of like,
last thing I remember was being at the lake, following along. The shaman, he told us where to go and that we are to be something new and wondrous. Don't know.
I say we just lead them back out where we were going, show them the way we came, and let them get to the main lake and let them go from there.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah. Yep. They're they sort of gather together and kind of take a deep breath, and because they have, and then a moment later, you see, Thora, you and Amethyst will see a number of young and elderly lizard folk there come swimming out of the tunnel, and quickly heading back the way you came, essentially. After a moment, getting their bearings, and head back out.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
As they kind of pass you. The shaman struggling a bit there.
No. Those are for the Lurk. Those are for the masters. No, you can't take them.
And
Oi, listen, you.
become more and more agitated, and sort like he will attack you. Just trying to bite at you and claw at you. Trying to get loose, trying to get away.
Now, what exactly is this going to accomplish? You're going to do a bite and attack us just to lead us to where we want to go anyways. You absolutely have nobody left for the lurker except us. So
give him intimidation.
Woo!
See if you can.
Source first.
I know. You're acting. You could essentially also persuade if you want to, or if you're better at intimidation, or yes, you could both roll it and say
intimidation or perception or persuasion.
You're acting persuasive, but you're being intimidating. So you choose. You tell me how you're
Okay.
doing this. Your words are persuasive, but do you want to use
Ooh.
persuasion or intimidation? Okay. So yeah. So Sora, you're being persuasive in a situation that does not call for it. Whereas
Nope.
Amethyst is sort of like putting her claws up to his neck and saying, "Do what we tell you."
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
I would also like to say to those people as they go past that the shaman has done a horrible thing and they need to get rid of all of the herbs that are hanging around in their village when they go back.
I mean, the herbs themselves aren't the problem. It's the combination and making the potion, the
I
concoction.
understand that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's all helped, and they need to know that he's responsible for this, and they need to
They,
also know. I mean, I can just tell the other group because we've got the telepathic bond that they should tell them they are in the Lurk, and that
well,
is
I
not
mean,
somewhere they want to be.
once the lizard folk have all passed there, the three of you can come back out too, unless you want to stay in
Yeah.
the chamber there. Want to join up again?
Yeah,
Yeah,
join
you
up.
can
Yeah.
do.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you get gathered
Alright.
together there. The shaman has been like essentially cowed at least and subdued to the point where he's like not trying to attack you at least, but he's definitely upset.
Mm-hmm. He can be
I'll ask
upset
him.
all
I
he
says,
wants.
"Where does that?" I says, "Where does that other passage lead that you were having
Down.
the okay
He said,
down where? The same
Down.
place we're going this way? Is it shorter?
Hmm. Not. Not for you, no.
So it's leading to a feeding chamber of some sort.
he just doesn't talk. I mean, he's at the point he's very, very sullen in this. He is not willing to talk to you anymore.
Like this way.
He kind of like points down the other tunnel.
Hmm.
Uh,
He obviously knows. He just doesn't want to say anymore.
um,
So, you can kind of shove him ahead there. He's just pointing off down the tunnel away. And you will note that, yes, there's, yeah.
I think we could follow him, but like if we know because the people told us that that leads to the lurker, why don't we just go that way?
and that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna get physical with him. I'll grab him. I says, "Is that the shorter way?"
If you
What
want
is
to
down
die,
that hole?
yes.
Ooh, he's grumpy.
Hey, let's push him towards the hole and see if he gets a bit more chatty.
We're not going that far.
I mean, essentially he would go if you pushed him into the hole. He would go into it.
Really?
Let's
Wow.
just continue going the way that he wants.
Uh-huh.
No more biting out of you. You got it? Mr. Shaman. I didn't ever catch your name. What is your name?
He's growls something in garbled draconic that I won't redo again.
Oh, okay.
Chicken.
I mean, it's you
All right,
realize
Fred,
it
let's-
translates simply essentially to it's a primitive sounding version of draconic there that sounds a little bit like wise one or something. Yeah.
Okay, Fred,
Ironic.
let's go.
Fred, I've got his pine.
So
Fred's pint. There you go.
so it takes it. You realize that as you move away from this space here, it is definitely darker and colder. That the weight of the water above you, and it's very steeply sloping passageway down, and it doesn't take long, maybe a half an hour or so, roughly. Moving down in there, the passageway twists a bit, and you find yourselves kind of there's a bit of a change. The past was all dark stone and everything else, but there's definitely some light up ahead, a bit of illumination. It's a bit of a glow to the passageway ahead. It's not, and it obviously there's a change in the feel of the water. Here you're dark and cold and enclosed, but ahead of you, it's almost like there's a bit, it's a little bit brighter, a bit warmer, a bit more open ahead as the passageway sort of like as even the rock wall sort of becomes a bit smoother and worn, less jagged and chunky from this passage this passage. And you will find ahead of you a massive chamber. You're going to be in the top left, but you just ping you up here. And I want to zoom out a little bit. There is a strange glow in the sediment on the ground, on the base of this. There is a floor. You're at the bottom of the lake at this point. You can't see the surface. You're high above. But you see dark shapes moving through the water. Just sort of lazily moving around. There's a right around quite a ways, roughly. How far is that away? Over 100 feet away. You can't make out details. There is sort of a mound structure, and then almost like a wall, roughly, sort of across. It's a massive chamber, and you realize that there is a little light above you. There's it's strange. There's almost like you can see a surface kind of rippling above you. As about 80 feet above you, roughly. Just beyond on your dark vision, you can see sort of a rippling surface. He just the shaman there just kind of points out off in this direction.
There. Go. Meet the master. He will. It will make you his own. It will make you serve.
Oh, you're not coming with us?
Why should I? I already serve.
Well, introductions are proper.
There will be a large, elongated shape with a neck swims by this direction. Just doesn't seem to really notice you. Another one off in the distance kind of hugs what appears to be a wall. To a little bit of the light that's there as these two large shapes swim. As the one passes, maybe within range of your dark vision at least, you will see there is definitely a glow to its eyes as it moves along and continues. He just kind of waves ahead, points off in this direction where the large mound structure is.
Yeah, we're on the bottom.
You are on the bottom.
And does it continue to go at a slope down?
Roughly, not really. I mean, it's a little bit uneven here and there, There's some, it's not a perfectly flat surface below you. It's kind of dirt and rock and stuff. It's all around sediment. As you kind of step, there's a little puff of silt and stuff that kind of puffs up with each step. As you are breathing water, you are not really buoyant, so you can kind of walk across the bottom. And well, at this point, you can move your normal speed, kind of pushing through. Actually, no, you're moving at half speed unless you have either swimming or walking along there. Although at this point, walking along the bottom there, Grim, your boots kick in and you can move at normal speed, kind of walking on the bottom.
Okay.
So you have no impediment. Everyone else is at half speed.
A lovely ring of free action.
Mm-hmm. So, what would you like to do? I mean, he's kind of waving you ahead there. If you want to drag him along with you, you can. But I mean, he's
I think
waving
proper
ahead
introductions
there.
They're just nice, right?
Are in order. Yeah, I think he needs to come with us and introduce us.
Sure. That'll be fun. All right. So, in that case, show me where you're moving.
I'm gonna pick him up. I'm gonna go my 30 feet.
Okay.
I'll go with Sora. I'll follow.
Okay. Come on.
Well, I guess half speed, so not as fast as Sora.
Yeah, so you can double move and keep up with her. Sora just moving your normal speed there. You can just double move and keep along with her. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. As you move in that direction there, I'll go ahead and remove your starting point. About as you get to about there, you see something large in this mound. It's almost like a pyramid, but sort of a conical structure right here. And some dark mass like wells up from the surface there. Kind of coils and tendrils and stuff kind of reach out over the top of the cone as a long squid-like shape, rubbery, dark gray, green, bluish, like flesh, long tendrils, sort of like pull its way up and out and kind of floating above that, looking out at each of you. It sort of like looks kind of at this point it's kind of like almost like sway back and forth, almost as if it's floating in sort of a current or movement, and you can feel that the water does kind of like flow. There's not really a current per se, but there's a bit of a sway and shift in the water that you feel. As you move forward, you'll see little bubbles and little like pop up from the surface occasionally. One such bubble kind of bubbles up right about here, Graham, off to your right, and you feel a little bit of surge of a bit of warmth from that little space where these little bubbles right about here. Yeah, about maybe 10, 15 feet away from you. You kind of feel a bit of warmth from that space there as these little bubbles like come up from the the floor, there. And you can see this that odd shifting, almost like a surface above you, about 80 feet above you.
Before we move forward, is anybody still injured from before?
I mean, So this thing just sort of like it's just like staring at each of you. This and as you see it, sort of like this large amber colored eye takes up the whole front of its face. This the end of it there, and just sort of like stares unblinkingly at all of you. No voice, no sound, no nothing. It just sort of like looks at you as it sort of like looks back and forth, waiting to see what you do. Like wave at it, sure. Doesn't seem to react. Does not wave back.
I can give
Grimbar.
Grimbar some healing. That's cool.
I mean, it's you've had like 2 hours since the last time that you got hurt. So I will say you could have expended a spell slot or done something else on the way here rather than doing it now.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take off the lay on hands. That's probably better than using a
Oh.
spell slot.
Okay.
Grimbar,
All right,
how much were you
How
doing?
hurt are you?
Wasn't that much, was it?
10, 20, 31, 30.
What hit you?
How?
They were
Yeah,
only
it
doing little
says-
claw attacks at you, so I don't think. I think you
stabbed
didn't.
yourself?
I think you didn't long rest since the last time you were in combat
Oh, it might be that.
because they barely got any hits on anybody.
I was gonna say I don't remember Grimbar being attacked at all last week. Sora wasn't. I mean, she was attacked, but she didn't lose
'Cause I
any.
have 18 temporary hit points and everything.
Yeah,
Well, if you
so
have
yeah,
temporary hit points, then you should have all of your health because your temporary hit points go away first.
yeah. So reset your hit points to what they're supposed to be because yeah, you definitely haven't taken any damage recently. So that's one like what did you get hit by? Phil,
Probably tripped over on his beard on the way through.
sure, banged his head on a rock.
Fell in the water. That's
Yeah.
hilarious.
Worst
Leave it to a
thing
dwarf
hurt.
to fall in the water.
Or one of the
That
kids accidentally scratched him a little bit on the way past.
Nobody loves me. They
Oh.
always make fun of me.
So, with that, it just looks at you sort of like, and you will all feel an intrusive presence in your mind, a pressure, like similar to the pressure you're feeling in your ears and everything else from the water around you, which you've gotten used to over time here. But there's just this like intrusive presence trying to burrow its way into your mind. Not like it's trying to gouge its way in, just sort of like this, just pushing on your mind. And with this, you kind of force it off a bit, but it's something that it's not wholly unfamiliar to you, but it's definitely a different sensation than you to be used to in any sort of telepathic communication you worked with before. However, after a moment, come to serve. You come to be food. And it just sort of like looks at each of you. And Sora, it sort of in your mind, you hear glory, service. And pauses a moment. Amethyst. Acceptance. Love. Sutara. Purpose. Return. Lucas. Knowledge. Power. And Grimbar.
Nothing.
Wrong. Well.
I have that ring. He can't get into my mind, can he?
I would say yes. It's just quiet. You feel the pressure, but it sort of doesn't quite push through. And it just sort of like there's a pause, and it just sort of like it's almost like it washes over you and stops.
I'm gonna cast a spell
Go for it.
on us.
Remember,
Okay.
if anybody gets charmed or anything,
Okay.
the spell magic works.
It'd be
No.
everyone
And
except Amethyst.
an amethyst. Okay.
Everyone except Amethyst.
Oh,
Okay. Because amethyst has her own defenses.
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
have the advantage on the saves, but I have everything else.
You do. You're wearing your bracer.
That's not advantage on saves.
Mm-mm.
Supposed to
You
be,
could-
because the one that you gave in for us to have is one that I don't actually have access to. Unless they have access to it.
I'm confused what you're talking about exactly.
Paladin's
Are-
Aura of Courage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's
doesn't give
a
you
10th
automatic.
that's a 10th level paladin spell or ability. I'm not 10th level yet. So unless they got access to a higher level paladin spell.
No, it's your bonus. You spend it to give the bonus to your saves when they're not in your range. Isn't that what the base level or of courage is? They get a plus your wisdom level, plus your charisma level and saves if they're within 10 feet of you.
Tell me we were making.
So on here, my base level is Aura of. Where is it at? Why does it keep disappearing on me? I was looking at it earlier.
Aura of Courage is immunity to fear,
Yes,
not
I
charm.
understand.
So
Yeah, I understand that, but I have one that does charm. So Aura of Protection does a +3 to all saving throws, and Aura of Devotion is they can't be charmed. But on
but
the
that's
bracer
10th level,
itself,
right?
that's
I put
9th
the wrong
level.
thing. It's the aura of protection. It's a
There we
bonus you
go.
give the saves there. You can do it. That's the one I meant.
Okay,
Sorry,
so now
I
we're
don't know
clear.
all your abilities on my head. Yes,
It's
you
okay.
can expend your reaction to give someone a bonus to saves.
Yes. So that is you'll
Yes.
have a +3 if needed on your saves there, Amethyst.
If you expend your reaction.
If I spend
Yes.
my reaction, yes.
Yes. All right. So good.
How long does it last? Sorry, how long does that last?
No, it comes through the bracer essentially. It's for one save essentially. You should, if you're about to make a save, there, Sora can spend a reaction there to give you a bonus to your save. +3 to your save. Okay, so you cast that. You will see it sort of like as that happens, it sort of like flares up a little bit, and it just kind of rises up, and all the dark tendrils and stuff like wrap down as it sort of looks down at you there, and focuses on you, Lucas, as you cast that spell. And you hear behind you as it sort of like as the shaman hisses in through his teeth, and obviously a sound of alarm as this thing obviously looks very agitated at that. You both will notice as well that at the same time, the two swimming dark shapes there will suddenly turn almost in unison and face your direction. Sort of like this,
Who is the two?
The two massive swimming things that are out here.
No, you said the two of you will notice. Which two of us?
You all will notice them. You notice
okay.
the two of these things do this.
Oh, I missed. Okay, I was mixing words up.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Yeah, sorry, no worries. Yeah. So at that point, Amethyst, you are getting a massive surge from the Dagger of Warning that unless something changes here, combat will happen. So, what would you like to do? Nothing surges at you for the moment. Is there anything else you want to do, or is this going to happen now?
It's not communicating with us at all, is it?
It's thinking at you essentially, and so you sense that it's sort of like waiting and looking at what you're trying to do. It's it sort of shifts a little bit in space there. It doesn't really kind of moving around there, like it's almost gauging what you're trying to do. You cast that spell, and it became like sort of a, it sort of like moved in an alarm way and kind of focused on you. Like it's almost like as if it's kind of like loading a gun or preparing or drawing a weapon, but it's not actually surging forward at you at there. It's at that point as all this tense moment happens there.
Me? Join my army. Take back what is mine. My lair from the dark.
And all of you except for Grim hear that. Grim, you just sort of like see this happening.
Is this creature natural to hear? Do we think? Is it?
Sora, you know, sorry, Satara, you know it's not.
Yeah,
This
I
is
would guess
not
that it
a creature
wasn't.
that should be on this plane. You would have heard also. You remember that Eldon had theorized that this thing was down here. That
Yeah.
it definitely is not a creature of the
Mhm.
material plane. Fine,
No, when we were dealing with the underground, when we were going under the mountain, somebody said it came from the astral plane, or came from another plane.
likely
Mhm.
I can't remember
can
who it
come from
was.
another plane there. Eldon.
Mhm.
Yes, Eldon
And
had
not
said
Feywild.
it was from another plane.
Yeah.
Is it speaking
Initially.
into our minds? Or is it speaking in common?
It
Or-
is, yeah. It is speaking into your minds. The only one they can't hear it. They can't hear it at all. Is Grimbar asking
Well,
you to serve,
here's a
join its
question
army to.
to verify this. Just to verify this,
Mhm.
the ring of mind shielding, which is what I'm using. Okay,
Mhm.
let me find it.
Satara,
Yes.
do we think that if we kill it, it'll just go back to its plane of existence, or will it die permanently?
Satara, give me a nature check. If you're at, are you asking this so that she can hear
Yeah, in our
out
head
loud?
brain. In our head brains, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah. So yeah, it says their creature can only if you allow it. So if you say you're not allowing it, then it doesn't work. So that's the last line of the first paragraph is the one that matters in this case.
Okay.
I'll ask it what drove you out of your former
Well, the
lair.
bad thing is, if you die while wearing this ring, your soul enters it. That's the bad thing.
Mhm. There's that one there.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Satara, yeah, that would not work. Essentially, it would not go back to its plane. It would just be destroyed. She's
Mm.
talking about extra planar things like demons and stuff like that. That their essence is housed in their plane of origin. That's not the way astral creatures work. They come here physically, and they are here. This
'Cause,
thing is here right now. It's not there's no tendril to the astral plane or anything else.
right, we were in the Feywilds, so I would know a little bit about that stuff now.
And Lucas, give me a persuasion check there as you're trying to gather information from it.
Mm-hmm. That was a good question, Lucas.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even hear the question. I was doing something else. I'm sorry.
What was the question Lucas asked?
What drove it from its home?
Oh, okay. Distract.
It's sort of like it's sort of as you cast that spell, it's focused on you and kind of looking at you and just sort of like bobbing and just shifting and moving back and forth.
Something dark. Something vast. Something corruption. Something of the deepest reaches of the astral. No, sir. Join them or
And it just sort of like leaves that hanging. What do we
And that
want
was
to do?
just to Lucas.
That one. Yeah, essentially that one you could all hear if you were paying attention.
Sora probably wasn't. Sora probably was dealing with this dude who's probably fidgeting to try and get away.
Yeah, at that point, I mean, he will. I mean, essentially try to. You guys are around there, but he's like trying to like at this point back away.
What would you do if we killed your master?
You're gonna have a conversation right now.
Sort of. Just a quick question as he's, trying to get away, and then once he answers it, I'll be letting him go. We don't need him here after
Is
that.
that wise? You have somebody poking around in your brain. He's probably going to hear your question.
Oh, I said this
I
out
mean,
loud to the
sure.
dude.
You can't.
Sort of like
No.
He double dog dared me, y'all. Okay. All
okay,
right.
so he's gonna try to.
I'll let him go. We don't need him anymore.
Okay. He will essentially just kind of flee back out of the way. Back the way you guys came.
Does he keep fleeing?
I mean, are you gonna
I
turn around
don't-
and watch him go?
Yeah.
I don't think this is the best idea
I
at
don't
this
want
point.
him. I don't want him coming up
Because he'll
behind.
just go back to the village and bring more people down here.
Yeah, just kill him.
Oh no, the village are aware of him now. I don't think they're going to let him do the same thing again.
I'm with Lucas. We can't deal with two people at the same time and with those floating long neck creatures out there.
Okay. Well, he will.
He would have been dead. I would. Oh, okay.
If you want to shoot him, go for it. But, underwater shooting is fun. I have things that we've bound him and we've pulled him along as a prisoner. I will not kill him as such.
Okay. Well,
let me do it.
Okay, we are not having the conversation right now, since it's all happening
all right,
now.
all right.
So
Yeah.
you
I'm
make your choices. Do your
my head.
yeah.
No,
We're not talking about it. We're just gonna do what you're gonna do.
Yeah,
So there's no debate.
I'm just
So-
watching him, making sure he doesn't come back behind us.
Yeah, he just goes into the tunnel
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
where you guys left. Okay. Boom. All right.
I'll say we oppose this creature from the grasping void. We were trying to get rid of it.
And serve.
And it will sort of move forward a bit, heading roughly in Lucas's direction. He is moving that way. So what are you doing? And you'll see the body sort of like it keeps moving and moving and moving. It's large. I mean, it's larger than these things swimming around here, and so it just kind of keeps almost coiling out of this space as these long, like tentacle-like tendril things and fins and such sort of like trail out behind it, and it's about there. If you're going to jump into combat, then roll for initiative. That's fine.
I want to cast Fairy Fire.
I'm gonna go invisible.
Okay, so in that case, it sounds like people are going to do combat stuff here. So let's go ahead and roll for initiative.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Let me pull up the turn order. There we go.
Is it clear? Okay.
Oh boy.
That was not a great roll.
Okay. All right. So I think we've got everyone on here now. Yep. Okay. So this is all happening here. Grim, you see the thing moving forward, kind of moving in Lucas's direction. It's obviously moving toward Lucas. You have first go here.
I pop the ring and say I'm going invisible.
Okay, the coin. Yep. So
Yeah, or excuse me, the coin. Yes.
Yep.
Now, 2-3 hours ago, I used the fear tactic on that. Now, am I
Mhm.
still allowed to use the invisibility on that, or is
Yeah.
it done
Yeah.
for the day?
Yeah, invisibility is separate from the other thing. It's invisibility once per day. Fear is once per day. It's each thing is once per day.
Okay. So,
So
do I have is that the action? That's a full
that
action.
would be the action. Yeah, that was an action. You can still bonus action and still move.
Okay.
So yes, you definitely
I can still move.
yes, you can still move and you still do your bonus action. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna get right there, and I'm gonna draw my weapons, and I think that's the best I can do.
Okay. Daggers or bow?
Well, the
Daggers.
bow wouldn't work underwater, correct?
Your disadvantage, essentially. Um, it would only fire to your first range increment. So, yeah. So you still could. It would just be it's a disadvantage firing the bow.
Okay, then. Well, yes, I will back up. I'll move here instead, then, and then I
Okay.
will pull the bow and just see what happens.
Okay.
Because I'm going to take that these are all at extreme range now.
Well, the spaces are true. So it's what's your bow range normally? Is it 30 feet, 40 feet?
The bow's range is 80,
It'll only fire.
320.
Okay, so it will only fire at 80. It won't go beyond that really. It just kind of trails off at that point,
Okay.
and you are disadvantaged. So it's like you're considered to be at long range, even there. So, yeah. So basically, it will only fire 80, and it would be disadvantage. So you can counteract the disadvantage. The plesiosaurs just sort of like hover there for a moment. They're not actually doing anything. They're just sort of waiting. It seems, just sort of like treading water, as if it kind of the long necks undulating a bit there, weirdly in time with each other. They're in sync. Lucas, it is moving toward you. What would you like to do?
Okay.
There's no way to insight this thing, so you don't know what its intent is as it's moving toward you. It's just you've never seen something like this before.
I'm gonna cast Bless on myself, Amethyst, and Grimbar.
Using the okay,
Razor.
you can't see Grimbar currently.
Oh, he's gone
Grimbar is now
invisible.
invisible. Yeah, he went invisible.
Oh,
Yep.
Sutara, then Amethyst, and myself.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
That would have been nice to have. That gives you +3 to hit, right? Or
No,
plus
he's
one?
a D4.
D4.
D4 to hit. Okay.
Doesn't it say? Sora?
If it does, I misread it then.
Yeah, it should. I created an attuned one and a non-attuned one, so it should say what it does.
So the one I have on my sheet is the unattuned one.
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't say attuned, so yeah, it does. What? No, that's not.
Okay.
You didn't attune to it though, did you?
Mm-mm.
No. Yeah, it says once per day. You can do that.
Okay.
It says I'm going there. Yeah.
Cool.
Yep. So, all right. So sorry. So what were you doing? What were you doing, Lucas? I missed that.
I'll cast the bless, and then
Oh yes. Okay.
myself, Satora, and Amethyst. Put blessing.
Okay. Let's put something. What's we gonna put on there? We'll call it. I don't know. Yeah. Sorry. There we go. And Amethyst. Okay. You guys are all blessed. There you go. And
Just gonna move a bit, I suppose.
okay. So you move a little ways. Okay, then Sutara. This
I'm
thing moves toward Lucas.
I'm gonna cast Fairy Fire on it.
Okay. That is a dex save, correct?
Yep,
Okay. What's your DC?
16.
And it does not pass. So it is now glowing. You see this massive glow around it suddenly. Let's just go ahead and there you go. Nice glowy thing. So it's suddenly, what color is it?
It's bright blue.
Okay. The bright blue aura surrounds it all of a sudden. Kind of this, almost like it becomes bioluminescent, but it's very, very visible now. That's your action. Any bonus action or movement?
No.
Okay. Sora.
I'm
This thing
going
has
to
moved toward you.
flick the coin in my hand. I'm going to use Zephyr Strike on it and advantage to attack it and all that good jazz to move and do stuff.
Okay.
I reach it without Zephyr Strike anyways.
Really? Thought it was more than that away from you.
30 feet, right?
Yep. Yeah, okay, that's right. Yep. It's right. It was 35 feet from Lucas. Remember that? So okay.
Oh, that's a good thing.
Okay.
All right. Advantage on that roll.
Okay. You definitely hit.
That one. Do not do Giant Smite, but... Oh, no, I can't do Giant Smite. That's a bonus action. It's a bonus action to do the coin. But I'll swing again.
Bonus action use a coin. Yep. Okay. Doesn't it
That
also
was...
add D8 damage? The Zephyr Strike?
What?
Read Zephyr Strike. Does it also do
Yes,
D8
it
force
does do...
damage?
It does do a D8 force damage.
Okay. So add that to it. Second one definitely hits for a total of 10. Okay. There's the 8. So it's going to be a total of 24, 34. Okay, boom.
Mm-hmm. It's action, bonus action movement. That's me.
Okay. In response, these guys that were holding their action will suddenly surge forward.
Mm-hmm.
Verify their movement speeds real quick here.
Does the thunder damage act weird in here?
It reverberates and everything else around there, but it doesn't
Okay.
doesn't do anything extra or cause any problems at least. You see, as it's kind of like moving along the floor there was a puff of like silt around you from the impact of the sonic effect, but not enough to cloud any vision or anything else like that. Don't forget, Sora, you also got advantage of that second strike too.
Did I?
Because it is fairy fire. It is lit up. That's what fairy
Okay.
fire does. It gives everyone advantage on attacks on it. So
I'll just roll a d20.
Okay.
Oh, it's a 19.
Mhm.
Good.
Okay.
I used to have an
Uh,
ability that if I rolled a
you did.
19, but I don't anymore.
Well, it doesn't matter because that was this disarmability, I think, and so
Yeah, and
you
I don't
can't
think it
disarm.
had
You
anything.
can't disarm tentacles.
Nope.
At the end of your turn, because you went ahead and did that, it will lash its tail around at you and smack you. Or
Yay!
attempt to, at least. 22.
Is the AC.
Will I hit you? Okay, then 19 bludgeoning damage. It whips its tail with it's like kind of it's almost like a shark tail almost, but very long, very elongated on the end of a very long tendrily body. It whips it around there and smacks it in you for 19 bludgeoning damage. Amethyst. Sora blinks out of existence for the moment and pops into place there and smacks it a couple of times,
Fun.
and then
I've
it gets
seen that.
smacked by its tail.
I've seen that somewhere before.
You have.
Is that first strike? This is the first time she's used it.
I've
But
seen a werewolf doing it.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. I'm going to. The only thing that I want to do right now is prevent these two creatures from coming to us. So I'm going to twin spell Hypnotic Pattern, hoping that it works on both of them.
Not a pattern. You can't twin spell a area effect spell.
Oh, shit, yeah. Oh, hold monster.
Okay. Wait, who are you casting? On the two plesiosaurs? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Think you. Yeah, it's fine. So the DC is 18 wisdom save, or yeah, that's fine here. I think they're gonna be in trouble with this. Nope. And 18 will pass. So this one is held.
I
Where
don't understand why this is happening twice. I do apologise.
No worries.
This PC has
So this
restarted
one-
4 times so far. I'm still trying to work out why.
Okay.
Such
This
lucky
one
you
is
got
held.
pirate.
This one is not.
okay.
Okay.
So there we go. Anything else? So yeah, that was your bonus. So yeah. That was your action. Any bonus actions?
I guess I'll try telekinetic shove on this one that's coming closer, just to see if I can
This one
push
here?
it back a little bit. Yeah, and I'll tell the guys that obviously I've held that one, so
So-
don't touch it.
Is that a strength save? Yeah.
A DC 14, yeah.
Okay, so it does not make it. It moved 10 feet. Boop. Okay, cool. You got so sort of a warping effect in the water kind of rushes out there and kind of thuds into the thing there, and it pushes it back a little ways. This one just stops moving, and it's just sort of like it's almost just like just kind of bobbing a little bit,
Miming it in the middle of the water.
I've just moved back a little bit too.
All right, let me go ahead and see what we got here. Nope. Well, it's going to do it again there. It's going to whip around there and smack you with its tail again. Try to, since you're right there on top of it, smacking it in the face. Don't like that very much. 13 bludgeoning damage. That's 23 to hit. So it just whips around again, smacks you again. And then it's its turn. Let's see. What's it going to do? So many fun things. One thing you will see, Sora, when you hit it, there was that puff of silt from the ground there, but also this kind of like weird mucusy, like glob, kind of comes out at you. Doesn't seem to have any effect on you.
Gross. Don't touch it. Yeah, 'cause I'm a
But
paladin.
yeah, it just sort of like kind of like washes over you. You kind of like just brush it off your face there, and nothing seems to happen. But it's kind of gross.
Get.
You can kind of taste it. It's nasty.
Ew.
Yes.
Definitely
Very,
don't want
very.
to have this fish for dinner, Amethyst. It's gross.
No, it's like basically rotten, moldy fish, and just sort
That's
of like
not a fish.
and yeah. So that's when you headed through that with it there. Oh, let's see. What's it gonna do? Sure, may as well. Um, since you are there, it sort of like turns its attention to you and just glare. You see, and all you see is this massive eye, like in front of you. It just kind of turns its attention full on you, and you feel this just presence push into you, into your mind. You give me a wisdom saving throw.
All right. Saving throw, wisdom.
And if you have anything that gives you bonuses or advantage or whatever else, yes, they all come into play here. So
Uh
make
huh.
sure
Uh
you
huh.
Advantage.
make sure.
It's just a +3 on top of that.
Okay, then you manage to push off the presence of it, trying to force its way into your mind, um, and
Dirty
yeah.
20s.
So whatever it was trying to do there does not seem to take hold. Um, as the uh, presence pushes away from you, the tentacles all sort of like wrap up around it, doing all of that, and just it sort of like flares up. And Zora, now that you're up this close to it, there, it's a
Mhm.
good 30 or more feet long. It's hard to tell exactly, but the eye is bigger than you are. And there's this long, elongated mouth below it, and a bunch of other little eyes all dotted up around it there. But the main eye is just like staring at you, and this long mouth there. It's sort of like you see that the mouth sort of like expand and contract as it's obviously got gills and everything else. And there's a whole serrated like set of teeth, like almost like shark teeth in that line there. Um, and just
You should starve, but instead you'll be food.
um, and with that, its turn will be done. And we're gonna pause and take a quick break here as we go into the next round of combat because we are at that time. So go get some drinks, go get some food, whatever you need to do for the moment, and we'll see you back here in about 5 to 10 minutes. And welcome back. We are here in the depth of the Murk, fighting the massive creature that is looming over top of Sora at the moment here. And as we are at the top of the round, before you get to go Grimbar here, I get to do. There's something else that happens. Let's see what it is. Okay. So you will see. You all suddenly, as you're all sort of this first round of combat has passed and all this is happening here, there is a surge of strange, almost like mental energy, some psychic energy that kind of like whirls through the chamber, almost like a whirlpool for a moment, or some sort of a strange current. But it's more, you don't see anything movement, but you feel the presence of it. I need everyone to give me a wisdom saving throw. As the psychic wave sweeps through the area. Excellent. Excellent. Aura.
17.
It says a wisdom saving throw, so if you have the you get a +3, 17. Okay, good. And Lucas.
Is it a
with
wisdom save on being charmed or frightened?
That's if I do my reaction for
technically, but you're fine at this. You already got a 21. You're fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just
So,
got to get an advantage.
however, Lucas does not make it. So, Lucas, you are under the effects of confusion for this round.
Wait, doesn't he have stuffs that he's got going on?
Yeah,
He
with
does, but
advantages.
even with it, he has advantages. But even with that, he only got a 13.
Oof. Oof.
Can use your reaction, you know, Flora.
You sure? Yeah, I'll do it. I haven't used it yet.
Okay. So Sora, you burn your reaction, and Lucas, that would be a 16, which is exactly the DC. So you feel this weird warping presence in your mind, and you sort of like blink back at it, and you feel this warmth through the bracelet on your arm. As Sora, you kind of glance around at everyone here, and it's within 60 feet or 30 feet.
Oh, I'm on the right page for it too, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is 60 feet.
Good, perfect. Yeah. So yeah, you feel that warmth in the bracelet there, and it just you kind of blink, and the weird confusion that was setting in your mind there melts away, and you find yourself still in able to function. But Grim, you are currently invisible and seeing all this happening. You see the plesiosaur over here, just like sitting there
Freeze up.
stock still, and this one over here still moving, and of course the thing on Sora right now. You do have your bow in your hand and you are invisible, so what would you like to do?
So I'm at disadvantage underwater with my bow, but I'm
Right.
invisible, gives me an advantage on my attack.
Mhm.
Plus, it's very fired, so that gives me advantage. So where does
Yes.
that leave me?
That leaves you with advantage because in as a house rule in Avress, there advantage will stack. It will not give you extra advantage, but it will counteract disadvantage. Yes.
So the first one counteracts it, and then the second one gives me advantage.
Exactly.
Okay, excellent. Now, if I aim for a certain part of the body, is that a disadvantage?
No. There is no aiming for body parts really. I mean, it's not going to do anything extra.
I want to put an arrow through its eye. Is what I'm asking.
Sure. I think it'd be like sticking a toothpick into someone's arm. I mean, it's like it's it's going to do some
that
damage, but
big.
it's not going to blind you. Yeah, the eye is bigger than Sora. I mean, like
Okay.
It might make it flinch a little bit, but it's not going to like blind it.
All right.
It's still going to hurt.
So I'm going to fire. So my thoughts are basically, if we kill it, it'll break the hold on the other two dinosaurs.
You definitely hit.
And that's
All that
a
damage. Yeah,
surprise.
sneak attack. Oh yeah, sneak attack. You're invisible.
Yep, I am visible now. Dragon, short bow.
Yep. So you'll become visible.
Not
Yes.
crit. Not crit. It's flat roll.
There's the damage, and now the sneak attack. Oof. Okay, so 32. Woof. Yeah. You do sink that arrow into its eye, and it does cause like a little gout of kind of weird brackish, like slimy blood to kind of spill out of it. And it just kind of blinks it away, shaking its head. But it's definitely
But
still.
now I also get an
Yeah.
extra D6 because I get the D6 for the
Oh, is
force.
it feeder in there already? Yeah, the force.
Um,
Yeah, roll that too. I didn't realize it wasn't there. Yep. It's weird that the bow doesn't add it automatically. Okay.
all
Ooh,
it
there's
has
a
is
more. Nice. Okay.
All it has is a D6 plus 4, which is my normal things for the short bow.
Normal damage. Yeah.
And then the notes, because it's under force, I get an extra D6.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, that's a lot. It definitely is not happy with that hit. It's still very much intact, but it's definitely showing some damage on it. All right. Well, it's sitting here on top of Thora. Let's see. Yeah, it's gonna keep whacking you with its tail at this point. There.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna try to at least. Because
It did the last time. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Nope.
Not that time though. So it's only 12. So yeah, it's whatever roll. Yeah, roll a 3. Yes. So yeah, it just you kind of duck out of it. There's a weasel head there. It seems to be a little bit. It is a bit. It did flinch a bit from that that shot to the eye. So definitely causing some problems there. Anything else, Grim? You want to move? You want to do anything else? Okay.
Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah.
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 All right. My worries is I'm gonna, if I go help Sora, I'm leaving 3 spellcasters to deal with 1 Paleosaurus, and maybe I need to
I
be
mean,
the.
you're a rogue. You're not much better, and you're definitely a defender.
Also, I did say not to attack the guy in melee.
Oh yeah,
In the,
you
in
are
the
seeing
chat.
this globs of mucus like every time Sora hits it, kind of puffing out around Sora. It looks very really gross.
Mm-hmm.
But up
Well
to you.
then, um,
Try it.
I'll set tight. You know, I'll let the casters move around me, and we'll work together. We'll figure it out.
Okay. All right. In that case, please, or it does get to try to break out. Is that right? Amethyst, old monsters, or is it just they're gone until they're done? Their action they get to try to break out. That's
At the
right.
end of its turn, the target can make another wisdom saving
Okay.
throw. Yeah.
So that one will go ahead and try to make that save, and does not, of course, with a 14. Although with a 20, it does. It does get advantage.
Okay.
So a 20, it will break out of it. It starts moving again, but that's its whole turn. This one, however, does kind of rush in here, and it will go. Yeah, the one's in front here.
I
It'll
use my
rush up to you
cosmic
two.
omen.
And what does that do?
It takes a d6 away from its attack roll.
Excellent. Okay, so it will try to bite at one of you. Let's see which one it tries to bite. We'll just say. I mean,
Nice.
what's that? Okay, we'll go odd or even. Odd, of course, will be Grimbar. It is Grimbar. Okay, it tries to bite Grimbar. Wow. Minus a d6 though.
Which is
24 to
19.
hit.
And I've got my bow in my hand, so he still hits.
Yeah.
I don't have the extra
24 to hit.
+1 because I'm wearing two. I have two daggers, so.
Yeah. Not a problem there. So 10 piercing damage as it chomps down on you. And it's kind of its teeth. They don't like latch onto you, but they just kind of scrape across your shoulder as you flinch back out of the way from the teeth. There, as this massive thing is over. It's kind of blocking your view now, partially, as it is kind of right here.
Okay.
Long neck there.
Son of a bitch. Sorry.
That is it. Lucas.
How much reach do you think these things have? The
What's that?
plesiosaurs. How much reach do the plesiosaurs have? Do we think with a long neck?
I mean, I think their necks reach 10 feet. So that one technically could have attacked you, but it attacked the two that it was in front of first. You do have very long necks, you can see. So.
As far as I can swim.
Use your reaction. Good. Okay. You swim over to there.
Yeah, I'm going to do this. They're both in range. I can't. I can get the thing and the plesiosaur next to us. I can't get the other one.
Okay. Oof. Yep. Not a problem. So definitely hit.
That's the Avress. No.
Okay. And you end up in melee range with one of them.
And that was for this plesiosaur, yeah. And I'll end up. I'll go there.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you see Lucas sort of blink into view for a moment there, and just there's a massive burst of force that causes it to flinch on the side there, and then Lucas disappears again and ends up over here doing the same thing to the plesiosaur. And there's that.
I'll be right back.
Hey, okay, cool. Anything else, Lucas? Bonus action or anything?
But yeah, like a bardic inspiration to Sora.
Ooh,
Okay.
Sweet.
Excellent. So you got an extra red on you. So so you don't forget those of you who are blessed. Don't forget you're blessed, because I'm not sure if you guys remember that or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I forgot
I
mine
saw
in the save.
You've
Yeah.
got red on you.
I
Okay.
do. I am
the
not
wings.
blessed.
The wings are the blessed. The red is the intellect fortress.
No, it's a quote from Shaun of the Dead. You've got red on you.
Oh, Tara, you are up. This giant plesiosaur has swam up to you and bit down on Grimbar, and then Lucas punched it in the back there with some sort of glowing fist, and appeared behind there. What would you like to do?
I think I'm going to cast Fairy Fire on it as well.
It's also a concentration effect though, so it would drop the first one.
Oh, okay, never mind.
No worries.
forgot
I just
that.
want to make sure. Yeah, no worries. Okay. So yeah, any damaging effects or anything else? Which weapons? Are you carrying any weapons? Anyone's noticed yet?
I do have a weapon. Suppose I could try it out.
Okay.
Now seems as good as any.
So scimitar pulls out a scimitar. It's going to be made of some sort of a weird chunky looking crystal. And a 15 will hit. This thing is not very. It has a somewhat thick hide, but not enough of that. And a bright flare of light has 12 damage. And you carve kind of into its side, kind of just below that right left that left front fin. Bit of blood kind of pouring out from the wound there as you slash across it. Excellent. Anything else you want to do? Movement or bonus?
I'm going to try moving back away from it.
Okay. It will lunge at you and try to bite you as you do. Okay. So it will try to chomp at you as you back away. And 12 does not hit you, I'm sure.
Nope.
Okay. It just sort of like snaps at the air at the water as you pass away there. Just kind of as your movement kicks up a little bit of silt off the bottom, it just snaps through there and misses you by about a foot or so. Thora.
All right, so I'm going to do a couple things. Go ahead.
Okay, I will try to smack you again because I mean it's going to do that every time it gets a chance to get. As you go to wind up on it. Whoops, that's the wrong thing. I need to actually make the tail attack. 21 does not hit you.
Does not.
Yep. So
all right, so first thing, bonus action, Giant's Might.
okay, so you are now big.
I am big. I am.
Let's make you. Let's make you big. Rip. Sarah is now big.
So big.
Still bigger than you, but not.
Yeah, he's still bigger than me. That's fine. It doesn't matter. I am going to activate the fire rune on Cloud Strike.
Okay.
When the attack hits, he has to make a strength saving throw. If he fails, he'll be in shackles that will create 2d6 plus fire.
Okay. So try to hit him.
I don't know that that's going to hit, but I do have a bardic inspiration if it doesn't hit.
It does not hit, so definitely you need to roll it.
Yeah.
Very thick, rubbery hide.
D10 now or D12?
Yeah, you got bless as well.
D10, yeah. Look at your bless. Activate. You should all have a bless activated. No, Sora does not.
I'm not blessed.
She's not blessed.
Nope.
Didn't bless Sora. He blessed the rest of us.
No, you weren't able to reach.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
So
it's all good.
19 is what you needed exactly.
All right, so bardic inspiration is gone.
It's gonna be 16, 18, and has to make that saving throw.
Strength saving throw.
Okay. This is important. It's going to go ahead and use a legendary resistance. Oh, I'll still make the save. Let's see. Nope. Okay. So it'll use a legendary.
Okay, let me see if it still wraps around him anyways, because it's the Rune Knight stuff. I don't know what happens if it doesn't work.
On a failed save? I assume it's on a failed save. Yeah.
Okay.
Nope, he passes it.
Oh, he passed it. Okay.
Yeah, legendary resistance means you can just essentially say he passes the save. So
right,
he will not get shackled.
Well, that's one down and however many to go.
Right.
As the fiery chains wrap up around it there, start to kind of dig into its sides there, it just kind of does a quick, really disturbingly quick roll to get out of it. As something that big shouldn't move that quickly.
No, it should not.
But it does. Yes.
Okay. And Cloud Strike again for my second attack.
Sure thing. 16. Roll your d4. You're not blessed. Never mind.
Not blessed.
So yeah. Yep.
And that's action, bonus action.
So let's say as it whips around there, you sort of like lash out at it there, and you catch it, but because it's spinning, the hammer does not give a solid hit to it there. It just sort of skitters off of it. It doesn't quite impact it solidly. Okay. Anything else?
No, because I don't think I can use
damage reduction.
I don't think I can do action surge because it's a bonus action, right?
No, action surge is you just activate it.
Cool. I'm gonna do it again.
Action surge. 2 more hits.
She was not happy with that. Ew, she's not happy with that one either.
17 does not hit.
One more time. One more time.
Still
Bardic
just
inspiration, right?
already used it.
Yeah.
Used it on the first hit.
You only get it used once. Okay.
Yep.
You got your inspiration, but not your body.
Wow. Holy crap.
Nah, yeah.
Mhm.
All kinds of
Mhm.
swinging going bad.
Yep.
What's wrong with you, Cloud Strike? Come on.
It's underwater,
have-
to be fair.
Use your one-time thing.
Up to you.
What
Not
is it?
yet.
Inspiration or
No, I'm
Okay.
not going to use the DM inspiration just yet. No.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Amethyst, you are up.
Okay.
You can see just this thrashing, rolling mass in front of Sora, and just this cloud of like mucus, globby stuff around there, and filth and sand all around it there. But it is glowing brightly, so Sora, you have advantage on all of these hits because it still has fairy fire.
We really got
Uh-huh.
to add that. So, hold on. How many hits did I miss? 3?
3.
1, 2, 3, yeah. I'll just roll 3 d20s.
Sure.
To make things a lot easier. I forget about fairy fire because I didn't cast fairy fire.
Let's click on there. Just roll them one at a time, so we just replace the roll.
Oh no,
Oh,
2 of them
yep.
just failed anyway. So
Okay, so one of them manages to hit, and we'll say it's the second one, which is that 17. Or sorry, the 17. It was the 16 that missed there, so that's going to be a total of 18 more damage. Okay, good. I'll just tack that on there. Yeah, so one of the hits still managed to hit. Good. Okay. All right.
But I have
Amethyst.
to mark that off.
Yep.
Okay. Amethyst is more concerned right now with crowd control, and as far as I'm concerned, these things are just victims of it and aren't actually a threat to us if that thing is not here. So I don't even know if it's gonna work, but I'm hoping. I don't even know if you can flip a coin underwater, but
It doesn't need to be flipped, really. That was just hold the coin and make it happen. Yes.
Rub it.
Tangle? Which one are you entangling? Because you can't get both of them. That
the one that's over here. So I've got
So,
2 different mice,
strength
and
there?
it's really confusing. Yeah, that one there. Because obviously this one's right next to us, and it has an area effect. So
It fails. So yeah.
okay.
Well, they're more than 20 feet. They're more than 20 feet apart, so you couldn't actually get them both.
Oh no, I know. But what I mean is,
Yeah.
I don't want to
She
get
didn't wanna
like Grimbar
entangle
or Lucas in an entangle. So the idea was
Okay.
to get that one that's over there and stop it from coming closer.
So little vines and grow up from the base of the lake there, wrapping up around it and kind of tangling into its fins. And it doesn't quite get all the way around its entire body, but it just sort of wraps up its tail and its fins and everything else, and is currently holding it in place. That makes it restrained, correct? If it fails saving throw?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it gets a
Currently
strength check at the
restrained.
end of its each turn.
Okay. All right. Anything else you want to do?
And it uses an action to do that. I'm gonna try and push this one back a bit again with the
Okay.
thing.
This one here.
Telekinetic shove, yeah, just to push it back 10 feet.
Oh, you do. Remember? Okay. It's pushed away from you guys. No, it does not. Force movement never gives attack opportunities.
No, sorry.
Okay.
It was a question. Chance.
Thor, as it's rolling around, wrapping around there, the tail smacks out at you and misses. Just kind of flailing around there. And then it gets to go. Now let's see here. I think it's going to go ahead and... Not dumb. It really isn't. So it's gonna go. It's gonna go try to move. So
Going to use.
have you
Yeah,
used
no.
your reaction yet?
Not this round.
Okay, good. Roll for it.
For Sentinel.
Roll to hit.
Roll to hit with
This-
Sentinel.
this-
Oh wait, come on.
The Sentinel doesn't do anything unless you hit.
Yes!
Okay, so you hit.
That's
All
what we
right.
need. We need all of that. Do I actually get to do attack too, or just...
It isn't. You make an attack. It's attack opportunity. If you hit, he doesn't move. Yeah. So yes, it is an attack. So 14 damage. Boom. Okay.
Yeah. Did it add
Well, since
Giant's Might on there because I'm already...
yeah, it's right there.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I was on a different screen.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, since it can't go anywhere, it's going to go ahead and attack you 3 times. So like fine. Let's see.
Yes, fine. You're supposed to be hitting me anyways.
Nope. Oh, ignore that. Let me turn those off. You don't need to see all that. Not that it matters against you anyway because you're immune to it. So ignore all that. The 23, however, did you actually use your bonus action to activate your shield?
No, I didn't. My bonus action was to do Giant's Might.
Okay.
So
So in
22
that case,
does it does hit,
so
yeah.
it's 11 damage then, bludgeoning. And the third attack, that's 17. Nope. Okay, so these tentacles just flail out at you. One of them manages to crack you across the head. The other two just kind of ping off your armor.
Safest place to hit her. Oh, did I say that out loud? I'm sorry.
Grimbo's cruising for a bruising again.
And then as its extra action, is there anyone? Let me see here.
Sora hasn't forgiven you for last week yet. You better be careful.
Forgive me for what? I haven't done that.
Can't move.
I don't
Okay.
remember.
Remember the whole divine magic isn't as good as arcane magic.
All right. So there's that. And that's its turn.
Okay.
You were gonna say?
Just a reminder that Sentinel also does when a creature within 5 feet makes an attack against a target other than me, it uses disadvantage.
Well, there's nothing else to attack, so
I
that part doesn't matter.
you were gonna cast a spell or something. I didn't know. Stupid,
it's not an
weirdly
attack.
otherworldly creatures. I don't know what it's gonna do.
It's not an attack, and it's within 5 feet of you. So if you do your range attack, yes, it would, but it's not. At top of the round, let's see here. Something else goes off in the lair. Ooh, okay, this will be fun.
Never good when the DM says, "Woo, okay, this will be fun."
So you will see, around the whole area here. Grimbar, you saw this a little bit earlier. Those little bubbles. There is suddenly an eruption of steam and bubbles and heat from vents dotted all over the place. I need everyone to give me Constitution saving throws as the temperature suddenly skyrockets around the area.
Keep in mind, I have already used my reaction. Ooh. Mine's a 15.
Okay, 15. So, one sec. All right, so Sora, you will take 15 fire damage from the heat that erupts all around you. Who else do we have here?
That doesn't feel good.
Everybody else passes your save. So you will only take 10 fire damage from the heat that wraps up around you. Lucas, I think you only take 5, right? Are you still resistant to fire currently?
I think. No, I'm not.
Okay. What do you? It's cold. That's right. Okay. Yeah. All right. So yeah, 10 fire damage to everybody. Obviously, knock it off your temporary hit points first.
At me. I get 15.
Yes, so you get 20.
Oh, I have to add 5 more then.
Yeah, it's 20 damage.
You did tell her 15.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I made the mistake there. I
Okay.
rolled the 20 damage, so.
It is okay.
Yep. Cool. Alrighty. That is the top there. So, Grim. So the little shimmer of heat in the water all around you there. It's not a continuous effect, but it definitely heated the water up all around, kind of superheated the water around you guys, causing a little bit of damage.
Move here.
Okay.
Attack this one here. I'll hit him with
This
my
one here?
daggers. Yep.
Okay.
Not at advantage, correct? No.
Nope.
Nope. He doesn't have. Oh, wrong one. Wrong one.
Still the same attack roll. 15 will still hit.
Okay. So.
It should be like, I think it's actually one higher, but it's, yeah, 15
I'm
hits.
gonna attack with the second. Well, let me do the damage first.
Sure thing. No sneak attack.
No
Just
sneak. Oh, it's
no
a straight
sneak.
attack this time, huh?
Because there's nobody melee with it, and you don't have advantage. So.
Okay, ignore the sneak attack then.
No worries.
I don't know why it does it for those and not the others.
It's weird, yeah. So 9 damage. Okay, cool. Pick it in pretty well.
And then
And the offhand will not have any. Will only be just a straight damage attack. 23 will definitely hit. So it's the offhand damage, which is just the weapon
D4.
itself.
It's gonna roll it again, so
D4 plus 2 is the weapon. It's going to be 6 damage. Okay, cool.
8.
Good damage. You don't get to add your dexterity to offhand damage.
Feats. Where are my feats?
You
On the
don't
bottom of
have
your legs.
that's fighting. That's the 2-weapon fighting style. Let's use offhand dexterity damage.
Okay.
So yeah,
I have
But
dual wield. That doesn't.
Right.
that-
doesn't do the same thing exactly.
okay.
Yeah,
All right.
the two together add more. So okay, good amethyst. Yep. Oh yeah, Lucas. Need a couple. One con save.
Yeah, I
You
did
did
roll one.
Oh,
19.
and what's the so the bless one has to be a save as well, but that's the item save. So that's going to be.
Is that different?
It is. It's just going to be. Just go ahead and roll a con save, and we'll just see what you roll.
With bless?
Yeah, it doesn't. Sure. It should be fine. You only have to, it's only a DC 10. So if you roll a natural 1, yeah, you're fine. So, yeah. If you rolled low, then we looked at it closer. But yeah, you're fine.
Was I blessed?
No,
No.
you weren't. You were invisible, so he couldn't bless you.
Well, I know I was invisible for the intellect fortress.
But
that was
that's
the
the one
bless.
he did. It was a bless you were invisible for. That's why you got the red dot on you. Red dot's in the intellect fortress.
Okay.
The bless was the little wings that are on Lucas there. So Okay.
I forget what Intellect Fortress does.
+3 to
No, advantage on
advantage.
wisdom, intelligence, and charisma
Charisma
save,
save.
Okay.
and resistance to psychic damage.
Yep. All right. So Sora, it's going to go ahead and try to smack you with its tail again because it couldn't
Why
get away
not?
from you. 16
Yeah,
bludgeoning damage.
That'll hit.
26 hits.
Mm-hmm.
So smack. And to the plesiosaur. This one will try to break out of the restraint. That's all it can do. It does not. And this one here will. Yeah, gonna chomp down on Grim. Try to at least. 12 does not hit you, so you kind of dodge out of the way as the jaws snap down at you and miss. dodge out of the way. Lucas. Plesiosaur is looming up over top there.
And Sora's bleeding a little bit.
Yeah.
Sora's taking some damage. Yeah.
It's all bludgeoning. She's not bleeding. Come on.
I got some broken bones here, Grimbar.
She's wearing armor. She's tough.
I see a
Shrug
bit
it
of
off.
blood, like, coming
It's
off
not
her.
like the scars I got on my back from Amethyst. Come
Oh,
on.
shut up.
Child.
You don't get to talk.
No.
You do not get to talk about
I
that
still-
ever.
Don't
Ever.
tell me what to do, James.
I will in this case, and you better listen. You give anyone crap about that. So 16 will hit, yes. As you step up into it there, and you know what? Yeah, you just kind of stab the sword up into the side of it there, and just sink it in deep. It twitches and lets out a burbling kind of almost like and drops, and just kind of like does the sort of like side roll there into the silt floor as it is down. Anything else?
Yes. On the bonus action, I'm going to cast Healing Word on Sora.
Okay.
Also,
So 16 hit points there, Sora.
Nice. That
Negates
negates the
that
whole
last hit you
thing.
took.
He plays Wednesdays.
All right.
Dear Lord.
It's gonna try to take away those hit points you just gained by smacking with its tail again.
Okay.
And does for 18, so it takes 2 more. So um
I
Yep,
love
this-
that the DM is having so much fun hitting the paladin.
oh heck yeah. Yeah.
You know, the paladin that made its monster say no to diseases and poisons.
Yep. Satara, you are up.
Alright, so first I'm going to move forward my 15.
Sure.
Then I am going to Starlight Step over here to Sora. I'm going to
Okay.
use my bonus action to turn into my starry form, Chalice.
Okay. All right.
What does that
So-
look like?
Right?
So it's the same as she normally looks. Her form looks now all like fully made of stars.
Yep,
Nice.
dark
Is there
and
anything
starry.
else interesting about it?
So you're all
Um,
starry and I'm giant. That's awesome.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Is it literally just your outline? Just now it's dark and
Yeah.
covered in stars.
And I've
Excellent.
got a constellation of a chalice in my stars.
That's
Excellent.
awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Big bad, massive amounts of outer space coming up to big bad giant Sora.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast Cure Wounds.
Okay. Oh, the 15 hit points back. Excellent.
And I get an additional 2d6.
Okay. Oh, because of chalice.
Yeah, because of chalice.
Okay.
You get it or I get it?
I get to roll it and give it to whoever I want within like 30 feet.
Nice.
Which, yes, I'm planning on giving it to you.
Oh, awesome. Didn't have to. Everything is awesome. Yay.
Oh, no. 2d8 plus 4. There we go.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
So
Wow.
14 more. Excellent.
Wow.
Nice. Big old heels. Love it.
She laughs at the monsters. I'll go kill it.
Yeah, it's gonna go ahead and do that because, yeah.
Because it just couldn't
Um,
leave things alone, could it, Jim?
no, because it's got a new target.
Oh, of course it does.
Might have been better behind Sora.
It can't move. That's fine. It can only just whip out its tail, which it can do. So it will go ahead and lash its tail out at you, because it does have a 10-foot reach.
Mm-hmm.
So it will. However,
I'll use woe on it.
is that's
Whoa.
your reaction, right?
It's a reaction, yeah.
Okay. 22 minus 1d6.
Yep.
Hey, where's my dice? Come on now. My dice go.
No, that's stuck in my head.
There it is. So 16. Does 16 hit you?
Only just.
Okay, so 15 bludgeoning damage as the tail whips out you and smacks you. All right.
Run away!
Thora, you are up.
I'm
15.
clearly pissed. Yes, 15.
Yeah, 15 bludgeoning.
I am clearly pissed that it hit my friend. Albeit a new friend, it still hit my friend. So, bonus action shield. So now my AC is 24. Cloud strike. Oh, and an advantage. Let me roll another d20. Because fairy fire is still a thing, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Oh, do make me a Constitution saving throw. We'll see if it is or not. One sec.
That's you, Satara.
Yeah, you do a con save for that. When it hits you, make sure to maintain fire. Ooh, 15 damage. That's half or 10, whichever is higher. Is that right? Or it's the damage, whatever. It's been a lot of times anyone failed the saving throw on this.
It has been a very long time since anybody's failed the saving throw on a con save.
Yeah,
So it was 10 or half the damage.
that's what I thought. Yeah, so it's 10. So you make it exactly.
Yay!
Yeah, because half damage would be 7. So yes. Okay.
All right. So that hits. I don't crit.
Right.
Also, because I haven't done it yet.
24. Oof.
No. I'm gonna divine smite into that.
Sure. So
2d8 on top.
Spend that smite.
13 more damage.
Flash of radiant energy, kind of lights up all around there. Definitely very solid hit. The 20 will also hit.
It misclicked and rolled the 20, so I'll just take the 20 instead of the 15 for the advantage. And we'll smite again because
18
why?
more. Yep.
Why not?
Because paladins are broken.
A little bit.
Yeah, it should be spending your reaction to smite, or you get, or it counts as a spell, and so you can do one per turn. But we're not doing that this round. So another
This round, or what do you want me to do, Jim?
Damage.
I will do it however you want me to do it.
It is what it is now. We're not changing it up in the middle of combat or the middle of campaign. So, yeah. So yeah, you just 2 solid hits into it there, and it just the whole body shakes and reverberates with the impacts of it. It is not looking too good now. As you can see, there's massive dents in the side of it there. There's a fluid leaking out from it where it's been ruptured from the impact. It is not looking good. Anything else as a bonus action?
Nope, that's it. I did bonus action activate my ring to have the shield up.
Gotcha. That's right. It's gonna go ahead and try to smack you because it has another one of those. 12 does not hit. It just sort of weak. It's just trying to but it's obviously struggling a bit. Amethyst, you are up.
Okay. I'm going to upcast a fun little spell. Dissonant Whispers, DC 18 Wisdom save.
Okay.
I'm hoping it's not resistant to psychic damage.
I mean,
We are.
Uh-huh.
Dissonant Whispers, 19 psychic. Okay, let's see if it fails that save. Fails the save.
Then it is afraid of me because I'm scary.
Cat
It moves how
underwater is
far away?
definitely scary.
You don't like a wet person. What? Wait, what?
It moves how far away from you?
It will move as far as its speed allows away
30
from me.
feet? Okay. Well, good.
Because I saw
Let's
it
see, that would
hitting
be...
Star and I was not happy with that. I mean, I don't like it hitting Star either, but I know that she's a bit more meaty.
Well, it can't.
I'm not a skeleton.
Okay. So it will go here, basically all the way back to here. And it presses up against this wall, essentially, right here. This is a large wall behind it. So it'll actually raise up a little on the wall, kind of back up there. So it's actually about, we'll say it is now, let me go ahead and add that here. It is, it'll go back away and up there, and we'll be up 10 feet. Okay. So it is now off the floor there, pressed up against the wall. Definitely took the damage though. Okay. That's that. It gets to go. That's only it is not permanently frightened. It's frightened you for that turn and moves away from you, right?
Yeah.
It's not now frightened. Okay. All right. So it's gonna go ahead and what can it do from there?
Oh, so much.
It just has to use its reaction to move as far away as its speed allows.
It uses reaction. Okay, good.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's his turn now, so it gets it back. Okay. It's just gonna go up, and you will see it go up the wall. And as you look there, it passes through the surface, and you sort of lose sight of it as it is now no longer in the water.
Did she get an attack of opportunity when it fled?
No, she did not, because it's
Forced
forced
movement.
Force
Yep.
movement.
Force movement does not require. It does not require attacks of
Force
opportunity. So
Okay, I thought it was
Yeah.
okay.
yeah, it was not its choice to move. It had to move because of the spell. Yep. So it does that, and that's what you see. It's up out of view now.
Now it's
It
gonna
passed
heal.
up. Maybe.
What to do? What to do?
Okay.
There's
Grim.
still a leather neck to hit.
It is still entangled in vines and plants that are all wrapped around it and keeping it from moving. It's sort of like squeezed up and wrapped up even more. So now it's even more wrapped up around the body partially, because it failed its save last time as well. So it
As
is
far as-
restrained and cannot move.
We can use double moves to try and follow it though, can't we?
Sure. Remember, you're moving at half speed though, while actually Grimbar's not.
Well, Grimbar's not as long as he's walking along the floor of the.
Yep. Although I do want to point out here that, yeah, this essentially back. So you're looking at this massive like cinder cone thing here. It came down the slope to attack you guys. So this actually goes up slope and then up a wall. So there's actually a bit of a wall to climb up there or to go around. There's a slope going up to the top here.
I'm assuming we can swim up there.
Sure. We still have half speed because you don't have unless you have a swim speed.
So are we gonna kill this thing?
Which thing?
Hopefully. Oh, the dinosaur?
Yeah.
I didn't want to, but I mean,
I don't think the dinosaur is really gonna do anything
Restrained.
Okay.
to try and follow us.
It's restrained until the spell wears off.
Or
Yeah,
it passes
but
its save.
and then we'll find another way, and maybe we'll be out of the water by then. But it's only under the influence of the aboleth. It's not acting of its own accord. It's not attacking us. It's in the same way that the villagers weren't attacking us. It was doing what it was ordered to do by its master. So it's up to you if you want to kill it.
What you want to do?
I'm gonna walk along the bottom, see what I can find out down here.
Okay. So this is kind of a slope up here. So basically, yeah, you can kind of walk up there. So you can move your 30 feet to there and kind of, yep. So go ahead and move yourself up kind of next to where, so you guys can see Grimbar kind of moving along there. It's almost like he's like bounding along there and then almost that slow motion, but it's just each footstep is kind of kicking up a bunch of silt as he kind of just bounds along there. So it's your move. You can remember you can also bonus action move again and then an action move again if you want to really haul. If you want to haul butt. Yep. You can get up to there.
And then I'm gonna investigate and see what's in here.
Okay, so you get up to there. So yeah, you kind of like up the side. Let's try it again. Springing. You can kind of move up the side of this slope there. It's fairly steep there, but you kind of just bound up it there as a bonus action. Get up to the top, and you look down in there, and you will see, first of all, just a mass of bones, and there's a very large like depression there, like a good 30 feet down. Just a hollowed out section there, and you will see the glint of shiny things down there as well among the bones. Not coins, but definitely. Okay. So you are down here now, and you are dropping into a hole. I just want to point out about a 30-foot hole. So getting back out of it would be swimming back out of it again. So because you can't it's going to try to climb up the side. So yeah, it's about 30 feet down to the base there where it's at.
Okay, maybe I can find something useful to help us.
I mean, so you land amid just you kind of sink up to your waist in bones and loose like dirt and everything else and so you're kind of like looking around there and as you just kind of glance around, there's lots of gold and gems and such. Give me a perception check. Investigation needs a little more time. So it needs to be a perception to see what you spot among the rubble, among the debris.
Oh, not very good.
Oh, not too bad. You will find what looks to be a fairly nice looking sword. Probably let's see here. Let me just roll a d6 and see what it is. It is a longsword. Very, very shiny looking. Which is kind of odd being in the midst of all this like debris and underwater and everything else. You would expect most weapons would have probably corroded, but it is very shiny. Okay. And it's probably the largest thing you see that's shiny amongst there, because like I said, there's what's down here are mostly like what appears to be gems or jewelry. There are no coins really per se. It's all worked gems or metal of some kind there, but you do see a long sword.
I'll start
there.
You can.
Okay. All right. So that is your turn. One sec here. The plesiosaur here will try to break out of it. Let's see if it can do so. Got a good save. Nope, not with an 8. So it is at this point it is just completely engulfed in vines and plant debris has just wrapped around it entirely. It's now wrapping up it's almost twisting its neck partially as it's trying to as it's now it can't even move its head around really at this point. It is fully restrained. And that's that. Lucas, you see Grimbar bound away and go up the side of the conical little mini mountain here and then drop inside out of view. I
Just
believe
do
you are still at
double
half
move.
speed. Double move, okay, go for it.
About there. That's about it.
Okay. So you kind of essentially the ground there kind of slopes up fairly sharply. Kind of up there. You can get up there still half speed, because again you're kind of like half climbing, half swimming up the side there, but you still be half speed from that point. Anything else you want to do with your bonus action?
I'll give Bardic Inspiration to Sora.
Okay. Wait, sorry, you have Bardic Inspiration as well. Don't forget that.
Blue dot, blue dot.
Sora.
Satara?
Yep.
Okay.
What you
I
got?
thought you said Sora. I was going to say,
No, it's Sutara.
I will use my action, bonus action, and movement to get as far as I can.
Okay. Not a rogue, so you can't use your bonus action to move, but
Oh, gotcha.
you can definitely use your action and movement in your action. So you can move. You can double move. So that'd be 30 feet for you. It's don't forget. It's about. It would get you to right about here because that is a fairly sharp slope up. Yeah, so that's fine, right about there. And we'll go ahead and I don't want to remove that. Just move you off the side over here. Here we go. And you are still. Whoops. Go ahead and put the tokens on you so we still know you have Intellect, Fortress, and Bless. There it is. Okay, cool. Move your token off to the side here for the moment.
Sora being big has really
Otherwise-
thrown a spanner in my idea.
So you are up on top. So Tara moves kind of moves past you up the side there. Lucas getting up on top, and yeah, you kind of get to the very top there. You can kind of see there. You don't see Grimbar anywhere. Grimbar is out of sight.
Yeah.
Sora.
The character probably knows this, but the player does not. If I was to use Dispel Magic on that plesiosaur over there, could I end the mind effect on it? Or would it just take the
Don't
thorns
know.
away?
Well, you can essentially you have to determine which effect you're trying to remove.
Okay, I want to go over there and try to remove the effect on the creature, not the spell that my friend placed.
Okay.
Dispel Magic.
So yeah, roll a charisma check would be for you.
Mm-hmm. Charisma.
Oh, sorry. It
You
only
could've-
works on a third level or lower.
You could have
Sorry, it
cast
only
it
works on
from
third level or lower because
further away as well without moving towards it, because right now you're just moving away from the Avress, which
I didn't know. I've never cast this spell. How far is it? Oh, 120.
20-foot cast.
again,
Yeah.
it's from the javelin, right? You don't have the spell yourself, right? Did you get the javelin to
do
somebody
not-
else?
I do
Yeah,
not have
Grandpa's got
that
the
spell.
javelin.
Yeah.
I do not have that
So
spell.
say you can't do that anymore. So,
I have to take that
So-
off my character sheet.
yes.
I will be doing that right now.
What you have a spell?
I don't think I do. I think this came from the javelin, which I don't have anymore.
which you shouldn't be. It shouldn't be on your character sheet anymore.
You
You only
told
came
Grim.
from the javelin.
Yeah, you told Grimbar that you
It
didn't
says
need the javelin anymore because you have the spell.
paladin. It says paladin dispel magic.
And you
I
took.
think that
And
you
you had the
learned
spell, so just cast it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm casting it. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. And you can do that from here. You don't need to get up to it. That's fine.
Uh-huh.
So go ahead and make a charisma check.
Okay. So confusing. Charisma check. Got it.
This is higher than 3rd level.
No, that did not work.
Nope, not with a 2. So you cast the spell, and it doesn't seem to have any effect on it. It's hard to tell because there's this. It's all wrapped up in plants and stuff like that. So you cast the spell, but you're not really sure what happens to it. There, it doesn't react to it because it can't.
Awesome.
It literally can't move. So
Then
you did good. Now
it
you
did
can move.
great. Now
Yep.
I'm going to move 30 feet up the
Okay.
cliff if I can.
You can get to the top of the cliff, no problem.
Awesome. Because giant.
Because you're giant sized, and yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and you're not hampered by movement in water.
Nope.
So yep. Okay. Amethyst.
I can use my ability that lets me double move, so I guess I
Sure.
can only move 30 feet, 40 feet because I'm going half speed.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Right to the edge of there.
Mm-hmm.
Because I want to know.
Yep.
I guess I can't see Grimbar yet,
Mm-mm.
Nope.
but I'm just going to say to him, I can get us out of here up to where it's gone, but I can't see you. And I can't take Sora because she's too big.
Right.
But I have to.
Okay, I'm
got
just
to
down here
mention
looking
that.
in his. I'm just down here looking in his lair. I'll be out. He's got a bunch of gems down here. We'll at least
Oh.
make a little money off of this venture.
Okay. So double move. Okay.
Oh,
Did the sword
Grim.
come with? Did the sword come with a?
wait, if I can double
No.
move. If my double move is 40 feet, because my actual move right now is 40 feet.
Sure.
I'm only moving at half speed, but if I double move, that's 40 feet. But if I use my
Right.
feline ability thing, then I can go
Move
further,
again,
can't
don't
I?
you?
Yeah, I can move
Another-
twice as far.
Another 20 feet.
I
Yeah.
forgot about double move, sorry.
Okay.
So, I guess I'd have to follow. Is it the way that Sora's going? Up that way?
I mean, essentially, what this is right about here. You're going to be moving half speed again because you're moving up a cliffside. So you kind of have to kind of pull yourself up a very steep, uneven, like
Okay.
mud covered slope. Essentially.
Can I get that far then?
Yes, you can get that far. That's fine. Yep.
Okay.
So you're just below the top of it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, in that case, oh boy, Rim, I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Well, like my grandson said today, multiple times. No, I don't wanna.
Tough.
Oh no. Oh no. I'll use my DM inspiration on that.
Sure,
roll.
go for it. Yep, that's good time to use that.
Not any better.
Not a lot better. So as you're kind of like searching through and you pick up this long sword, very nice looking long sword there, kind of holding it there, you see moving through a gap in the side, the obelisk sort of like pulls its way into the space there, looming over top of you and staring down into you. I'm sorry to say that you are currently enslaved.
You're
And
sorry
how
to say it?
is it?
Are you
No, he's
sure,
not.
Jim?
No, he's
Are
not.
you?
Look at his face. He's got the
Sorry.
biggest grin.
Like
I was like,
he's hoping somebody would
someone's
take
by
the bait and go
themselves.
down there.
I mean, this is so.
Yeah.
Um, so, we're gonna go ahead and put. Yep. So this thing just sort of and it's not actually. Check one thing right past here. One thing real fast because you might have advantage on this one. Just double check this to make sure.
Fairy fire doesn't go away though, right?
No, it's not.
So it's still fairy fired.
Oh, yeah, he's got advantage.
You can see the bright hole as he came. So if he was coming in, I probably seen him coming in.
No.
You saw him come in. Yeah, basically, you were staring down there. Basically, it kind of loomed over top of you. So things got real bright, and you looked up into the eye of this thing as it basically just as it enslaved you. However, I want to double check something real fast.
Intellect Fortress will give him advantage on the wisdom side.
Give him advantage. Roll, yeah, that's what I thought there. I knew you got advantage from something or other. So roll it again for the advantage. We'll just roll it one more time. I mean, you already rolled it once.
Wow. Another one.
Okay.
Ew.
Wow.
This
Okay.
this
So
this is
this was meant to be. Yes. So
Uh,
essentially, you see the brightness. Wow, it's getting bright here, and you look up to see the aboleth has kind of pulled itself through this gap in the wall, the side over here, and is just sort of like looming over you, and you just everything goes blank. You literally have no, like your mind just goes away.
Thus
see,
the,
one second.
the life of a rogue who goes after the treasure.
Mm-hmm. And then, what? Please verify this. So, you are magically charmed. So you are now this best thing's friend. You want to help this thing. You want to make sure that your friends don't hurt this thing. So
Okay.
it is not that it does not dictate your action. It does not dominate. You are just charmed by this and will do everything you can to help it. So you can choose what that is. But so I don't get to take your actions for you. Just understand that you have to. You cannot hurt it. And you have to do what you can to help it. And with that, as you sort of like, as it does that there, it will then move back out of the way. You see a flare of light from the hole. Bluish light, a very bright blue light sort of appears and then fades away. Grimbar, it's your turn.
I'm going to tell him. I says, this thing is pretty nice to leave us all this stuff down here. Maybe we should just leave it alone. I'm going to keep looking through his stuff.
Sure, go for it. Yeah. You will just gather. You start picking up nice, like very impressive looking gems or jewelry. And it's like, oh, they start packing it away. Give me a perception check to see if you find anything else interesting.
And I'm going to just start talking how nice this thing is to leave us all this wealth. Perception. Now I roll.
Fortunately,
Wow.
my sword doesn't know the difference.
You will actually find a very nice looking shiny helm. It's actually made of like silvery, like bright silvery steel and copper banding across the top and everything else. Very nice looking helm.
Look
Tuck
at
that
what
away.
Felix left for you. Sorry, he gave you this great helm down here. Look at this. This is great
Who's
stuff he
Felix
left
Gate?
us.
Plesiosaur is going to be out of the combat here. Lucas, you can hear Grimbar talking about the wonderful things left behind.
And how we should not be messing with him, and because he's being so nice to us.
One
I'm
thing.
still heading up to where it used to be.
Now I know
Okay.
I won't know to say he just went into this crack and stuff, right?
I mean, if the, I mean,
Mm-mm.
you decide whether you want to say where it went,
Okay.
but
All right.
I mean, he's not commanding you not to.
I mean, Grandma did
So,
say he wanted a friend, so
well, and you
no,
said
he's
you
not a
weren't his friend.
bestie.
So.
Yeah, that's me done. Double move.
Okay. All right. So you up there. You can see it slopes down very sharply into a deep depression there. You don't see the glow anymore. But yeah, you were there. And up ahead of you, this is a kind of a sheer wall that goes up 40 feet. Up to, well, like pretty much about where the surface is, where that shimmering, um, like what appears to be the surface of the water. Satara, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna go up to the top of this and.
Mhm.
And I
Cool.
see Grimbar down in the.
Yeah, you can see him down there. You see him sort of digging around there, and he's holding this very shiny looking helm there and putting it into his pack.
Okay.
You don't see anything else down there with him.
I'm going to cast Dispel Magic on Grimbar.
Okay. Give me a wisdom check. It's definitely higher than 3rd level. Okay. 17. So you see Grim. I mean, so he's sort of acting strangely. You cast a dispel magic at him there. Magic work on this. It's not magical effect. Okay. Yes. Okay. All right. In that case, Grim, your mind clears and you realize that like what's going on. Like you're still like in the middle of loot and you still have a helm you just put in your bag there, but you look up and suddenly like and then look to where there's this like gap in the wall where you know the thing squeezed back out.
All right. Well, I jump up and I start swimming, and it says, "There's a crack down here that
Oh.
big son of a gun can come through," and I start swimming out.
Yeah. Well, is it you don't have an action yet? This is just you just come to
Yes.
and realize
well,
this. You can't go anywhere just yet. Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah. Yep. Like what?
as I'm
All right.
finishing
So yeah,
packing
Grim.
whatever I had in my hands putting away. You know.
Exactly. Yep. So you go ahead and remove that effect from you. You are no longer charmed. Anything else, Satara?
No.
Okay. Sora.
Wait, so are we going in the hole now, or are we going to go up over the cliff? Either way, Grimbar, I'm jumping down after you to pick you up and bring you out. But if we get down there,
30
we're
feet
going through
down.
the hole. I can still jump down.
Well, sure you can. Yeah.
No,
I'm just
I'm
saying
gonna
you
swim
can't just
up.
like lift him out.
Mm-hmm.
The whole point
So
of
Sora,
me
you
going...
drop.
Yeah, but my whole point was to go down there, grab Grimbar, and pull him out. However many actions it was going to take to do that. And that was
So you drop
before
down
we
in
found
there.
out
That's
he was charmed.
okay. So essentially, Sora is 10 feet tall, or actually about 14 feet tall right now. Lands next to you and goes to pick you up. Do you let Sora pick you up?
And I'm gonna say, Sora, he's right in that hole there. We
What?
shouldn't be in
Points
here.
to a large. There's a large like ragged gap in the wall there. A good like 6-7 feet wide. And it's one of the it's hard to see it. Like it's just one of those things. It's like it doesn't quite isn't a massive like opening like a cave. It's more just this massive crack in the wall.
Yeah, so I
Almost
can't
like
go through it.
Ron
You
Weasley
can't.
pointing at the dog, and
No.
he's an animagus. She's an animagus.
Yeah, yeah. So
He's in there.
it's not a crack I
It
can
is
get
a
through.
hole. No,
But
Nor me, right? I couldn't even go through that crack, could
no. You could try. You could kind of squeeze yourself into there, but you couldn't really move very well inside there. It'd be kind of like
Okay.
trying to jam yourself into it. Effectively,
You said it was
I
about
mean,
7
this thing
feet
has.
wide.
So it's about
Tall.
actually, you could squeeze yourself in there. It's about 8 feet tall. It's a jagged crack that in some places is about 6 feet wide. You could jam
Okay.
yourself into there, but it's not a cave you can just walk in. You'd be kind of like
Okay,
squeezing
all right.
yourself into this jagged space there. It has no bones, so it doesn't care about
hmm
like
Yeah.
So I'm still sticking
like
with
an
my
octopus.
original plan. Grimbar,
Sure.
can I
Lift,
pick you up
basically,
and help you get out of here?
Throw him.
Sure.
Toss the dwarf, please.
I
Toss him.
want to. I want to. I do. I want to toss the dwarf, but I don't know
But
that
we're
he'll let me
underwater.
toss the dirt. So I have
it's a little
ring of
weird.
free
Yeah.
action. I have ring of free action.
He doesn't have
Torpedo.
ring of free action. You can't throw a dwarf with free action.
Let me
Your
do a
arm is not
torpedo.
prevented from moving, but
Yeah,
yeah,
you know.
you could shove him. You could jump and shove him up to the top. I would
Okay.
say that you could do,
I
basically push
would
him
like
up to the top up here.
I would like to do that if
You
you'll
okay with
let
that,
me.
Grim?
Up.
Yeah.
Okay, so Sora will move you up there
I
next to
won't-
Lucas. So Lucas, you see
I
Sora
won't
kind of
take that
jump
joy
up.
away from her.
Yep.
Yeah, you kind of do.
So you drop down in, pick him up, and then put him up on the side there next to Lucas. So you see Grimbar like deposited next to you up there.
Free action.
But
Think in
Sora,
my head. Tell everybody that there's a crack down here that Grimbar saw the creature come out of. And that's it, because I don't have any more movement or actions or bonus actions I can do.
Amethyst.
That's me.
It is.
I think the only thing I can really do is move because I can't see it, and there's not really much we can do here.
Mm-mm.
So
Okay.
30 feet of movement.
Okay, so you moved twice. Okay. So you move up to there. All right. Excellent. Okay. Sora, as you kind of put him up there, and you're looking, and you come back down, and you look into there, you just see this. There's a blink, and a glowing eye sort of like emerges from the crack, and just starts to kind of, as this like boneless thing pulls itself out and is looking at you, and then just proceeds to tear into you, trying to rip you apart with its tentacles.
Right.
Yes, I know. Terrible. So let me put him back on the map so you can see him. He will kind of
I don't
emerge.
need to see him if it's just his eyeball.
No, he comes partway out there and then just starts lashing out with his tentacles there. So it's partially.
Partially out. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I have coverage.
So it's
okay.
out. It's out enough so to move you. So yeah, right about. Let's do that. So and so just. And the blow, as it emerges too, the bright blue glow fills the space as well, as it is still glowing, but then tries to wipe its tentacles at you. So 127 to hit.
That'll hit.
So 11 bludgeoning damage. 29, no crit because you have. So the second strike there, it lashes out and it actually impacts your neck, like it would have sliced open your neck, but the mysium shifts and thickens in that spot, and the impact still hits you hard, but it doesn't actually open up your neck like it should have with the crit. So it'd be another 13 damage, and the last strike, 20 to hit. You manage to deflect the last strike away with your force shield.
Somebody remind me to thank that stupid Eldon.
And that's its turn.
Stupid Eldon.
Grim.
Why is this stupid?
Actually, sorry.
Chose a
That
girl
would
over
be
adventuring.
Top of the round. 4.
You could blame
Okay.
him.
I mean, she was kind of cute.
So you will see, those of you here, you will see suddenly from right up here, from the surface, there is this rain of, well, it's chum. Let's just call it that. It's a bunch of like ripped up fish and meat and everything else just dumped into the water, right? Like obviously, but and you see it kind of like floating down as this like cloud of ick,
Pink,
kind of
pink slime.
floats on down, um, down from the surface, raining down kind of down the side over here. And that's what you see for the moment. Grim, you see that up there? Oh yuck! It's just sort of like kind of like just drifting down the canyon wall and this kind of billowing like batch of blood and everything else.
I'm gonna do a death from above and drop right on top of it,
Okay,
and I'm gonna
so you drop down
attack
onto
it.
it.
Yep,
Okay,
What's the
go
worst thing
ahead
that could
and
happen?
make those attacks.
that's the worst
Yeah.
thing that could have happened.
What's the worst thing
What's
that
the
can
worst
happen?
thing? So make that attack.
And this is with advantage, right? Because it's fairy
Nope.
fired.
Fairy
Yep.
fire?
Oh yeah, sorry, it's still very yes. Yes, it does have advantage. You definitely hit.
And I do get the
You
sneak
do
attack.
get sneak attack because Sora's right there in attack in range of it. Oof. Okay.
And then the second attack.
Yep, just a dagger in there. Just a straight up. Still, yeah, it definitely hits.
So ignore the 6-sideds.
Mm-hmm. No problem. Oof. Okay, still good damage though. All right, so that's going to be a good. All right, so you jam the your daggers into the side of it there. I do need you to give me a give me 2 Constitution saving throws.
But now you're in my normal aura, so make sure you add +3, please.
So 15, you're good. Roll the second one. Okay, you're good. So you will sort of, so I will say you're going to end up over here because you slide off of its slick hide as you jam those daggers in there, and this globs of mucus just sort of like come up and hit you in the face and wrap around you, and you just and you manage to not breathe any of it in or anything else like that as you land on the ground next to it.
Okay.
As there is a disease effect that can happen if you touch or hit it with melee attacks. So yeah, there is that. It is, yeah, you just tear open this like massive rent in the side there and stick another one in there as you land next to it. It will go ahead and try to smack you with its tail as you land. 16 bludgeoning damage as it smacks you. 20 to hit.
Hold on. What does fighter protection do? I'm trying to find it.
Does it increases AC, or does it? I know it imparts disadvantage, which is why I rolled both dice there. The 20 is the lower roll.
Is it? Okay, then that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
My AC is 18 if I have both daggers.
Okay, what you do in this case? So yeah, so still manages to hit for 16 bludgeoning damage as the tail smacks into you.
The protection does make disadvantage happen, Jim. So yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So disadvantage with disadvantage is 20. Lucas, you're up. See Grimbar jump down into the hole. The thing is down there.
Can I see it from there? Looking down.
Yes, you can. Yeah, it's bright blue glowing there. It's sticking halfway out the hole. Limbs and tails and thrashing limbs. And you can tell it is in just frenzied state. It is just lashing and thrashing right now. There is nothing intelligent left in this thing at this point. It has just gone just complete berserk.
Yeah, I'll cast at it.
What you got? Oof. Okay.
Oh, nice.
31 to hit. Just missed the crit. Lucas. What does this look like when you punch your way into this thing?
It's not actually punching, but
It's a melee strike. Right. It's a.
You basically use a weapon and you flourish it as part of the casting of the spell. So it actually hits with a weapon.
Oh yes. Okay, perfect. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I always forget that. So yeah.
I'll just skewer it straight through the eye into what I
Okay.
assume it's brain.
Sure. Grim and Sora, you see Lucas suddenly appear in a flash of light there, stabbing his sword straight into this thing's eye, all the way to the hilt and a little bit further even, as even your hand sinks into into there. This flash of bright light actually causes the eye to kind of like swell slightly. It doesn't pop, but it just sort of like, it's like taking a balloon and when you squeeze the balloon, it suddenly just balloons out even further.
Mm-hmm.
A little like that. And then the whole thing just sort of sags back in on itself there as you pull your hand back out, as the body goes, like, thrashes for a moment and goes limp. I do need to make me a Constitution saving throw, though, as the glob of mucus washes out over you.
Right.
Yes, you do get a +3 from because you are next to Sora there. Not a problem. You sort of like, it's like you were just waiting for it, and you just sort of cover your nose and your mouth with the other hand there, and just sort of dissipates around you and floats up and around as the Lurk goes still and sags to the floor down below you among all the bones and valuable shiny debris as well down there.
Lucas, we're gonna have to change our nicknames. You'll be the lightning, I'll be thunder.
Okay.
Very, very frightening.
Exactly. See, you get it.
Jim, I'd like to drop the entangle on the dinosaur and see if it kind of starts to approach.
It's sort of as you do, the dinosaur sort of like as the tail fades away from it there, it sort of like looks around and just sort of like just spends a moment there and then swims up, breaking the surface above there, and then just sort of swims off in an opposite direction.
Probably looking to get some air. We had it down there pretty long time.
There was air up there.
Up
I think
where
it
he
held
was?
right for a long time. Remember, up here, this is air at the top of this cliff. 40 feet up. So yeah, it swam up. Yeah. So it swam up, broke the surface, and then swam off.
I really hope they don't mate for life, because that's just heartbreaking. Can we save it? Is there any way we can get...
No, it is gone.
I didn't want to hurt them. That's why I was trying to hold them back.
They are very much predators. They are not, and they're very animalistic. There's no intelligence in them whatsoever.
Yeah, but it's like saying shark infested water. It's not shark infested. You're in the shark's home if you're there. You know, it's
Sure.
not shark infested. They live there.
Yeah.
This is their home,
Not-
obviously. We're the ones who are intruding.
Listen,
Well,
listen. He'll
No,
be
we're
okay.
the sharks now. We're the sharks, and we're infested. And it's
I don't know about you, but I'm not
we
infested with anything.
we're infested. What I'm saying, we're infesting the waters. Is what I'm saying.
so as the lurk is just as lying there, limp and sagging on the floor of this cavern there, partially out from the hole it was dug in the side. What would you like to do?
I'm going to pull it out further and get a good look
Sure.
at it and see if there's anything like on it that could help us figure out anything about it.
Give me a perception check or investigation now that you're kind of looking around. Those of you that are down there with it can go ahead and give me investigation or perception. Those of you up above can obviously see what's happening around, but can't quite see it because it's 30 feet down. So
I got a 10.
10. Okay. Lucas, 16. Okay. So you're kind of turning it, and sort of looking around there. And Lucas, you will see as Sora's turning it, there's something comes loose from it and just sort of like floats down to just kind of like kind of drops down and lands among the bones there, kind of nearby your feet, nearby you and Grim.
Have a look at it.
It's a size like a good size, like a cantaloupe or so. And it's almost like a chunk of amber, not dissimilar to its eye, but it's solid. And there's a strange energy to it. It's not pulsating or anything like that. As you see it there, look at it there, you can kind of feel this little bit of energy coming off of it. Give me an Arcana check. Examining it. Grim with a 28. You'll see this as well here. Lucas is checking it out there. You will also see just a number of other cool little things around in terms of trinkets and lots of gems, lots of jewelry and such like that, gold and silver and such, to kind of pick out various things here. Lucas with a 25. This you fairly certain would act similar to a key. Energy it's giving off is something that would it could act as an arcane focus, first of all. It's if he's giving off a sense of energy, but it's something you could use to bypass a force field or some sort of a lock or some sort of a portal of some kind. It's definitely a focus for something of that type of thing. It's not carved with any runes or anything like that. It's just infused with energy.
So we need to find a room that's locked that we can use this to get through.
So do we want to go back through the caves just to make sure there's no other people down there?
How long have we had this spell on us?
At this point, you've had it on you. Yeah, you've had it for a good probably 8 hours total now, between all the movement through the caves and moving down through here. You have enough to get back, definitely, but it's going to be, if you have any delays, it might be cutting it a little bit closer. But yeah, as long as nothing happens there, you should be able to get things out there. Amethyst and Sutara. Give me a perception check up there from the top while you're there. Okay. And so, as you're kind of focused down below there, watching everyone there, Sutara, as you're sort of scanning there, you will see some movement along the cliffside up here. Something is walking along. You're kind of looking up at the tide there, and you can see it's hard to see because again it's a surface there, but something is moving beyond the surface there up kind of this side over here, kind of near where the chum floated down a minute ago.
Mm,
There's definitely
gross.
something moving up there.
I'll point it out to the others.
And as you kind of look up and see, you can see what you're talking about there. There's something up there, up on the surface.
Huh.
After,
I think we need to go up and have a look as a group.
Or we could just go down and back into the caves.
back
well-
over this way.
Why?
Why do you want to go up?
We're after information.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
We have somebody in the party that has a bag of holding, right?
I've got a portable hole. I was
And I don't think
Not the
we
same thing.
can, will fit inside
That would be
of
actually
the
kind
portable
of difficult to use underwater.
A bag of holding?
I,
I suppose.
Portable hole. You would immediately fill up with water if you opened it up under here.
I have a satchel of secrets. It's not real big.
No, I kind of wanted to take this back to Eldon because, he wanted to see it in the first place.
What, the creature?
Yeah. He likes to do all the
Or would not
investigating
fit in a
type
bag of
stuff.
holding.
It would not.
No.
and
This would not
how
fit in a bag
heavy
of
w-
holding. No.
How heavy would it be? And
I
would
mean,
it
Right.
be
it's
like
so
a
much of the weight. It's the fact
jellyfish,
that it's
once you
30
get it out of
feet-
water,
it's-
it would
it's-
just turn to water.
Well,
It's
it's 30
30
feet
feet long.
long. And so, yeah, it's not going to fit into a bag of holding.
Okay. Well, I will
Just volume-wise, it wouldn't.
I'll cut bits and pieces off, keeping the head intact, and take the head back to Eldon.
Okay, that's
Inside
that's
what
kind of
I-
big, but yeah,
Is
where
it?
the eyeball's
Oh,
bigger than you are.
You realize
Oh.
how bad
The
that
eye,
mess would
yeah,
stink,
the eye is 6 feet across.
Can I just have the eye then?
You could,
Will that be
it's
okay?
kind of punctured by Lucas, but you can kind of dig it in there and
and
kind
my
of
arrow.
pull out this like mass.
Mm-hmm.
Sure,
I just wanted something to take back to Eldon because he called it.
You realize how
he
bad
wanted
is it
it.
gonna
smaller
stink?
eyes.
I mean,
It has
You
smaller
realize
eyes
how
all
bad
around.
just take a tentacle or a small eye or something. You don't need the whole
Right.
big thing.
You
bigger than-
realize how bad
Yeah.
it's going to stink, anything you take, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter to me.
What about the rest of us? We got to smell it.
Well, walk in front of me instead of downwind.
I mean, if it takes away the smell of the dwarf, it can't be a bad thing.
So,
I'm just kidding.
All right, so
Grimbar-
I'll take little eyeballs and some tentacles.
pop a few
You
eyeballs. I'll
can,
cut
you
off
can
the
whisper
off there.
whatever I find because I'm not sharing it with Amethyst. So just whisper.
Well, no, you're
No, I'm
gonna
kidding.
gather up what's there. So
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I will
I'm
say
kidding.
this, not a problem. So Lucas, you and Grim there at store, you kind of start carving off bits and pieces of the thing to take back to. So you can call it aboleth bits.
Mhm.
You
This one?
basically are gonna pull up about 15,000 worth of gems and jewelry, just from bits and pieces. They're all there's no coinage here. It's all sort of worked
Jewelry.
pieces of jewelry or carved gems.
Excellent.
Some things are a little more primitive looking, like more like beaten, like just kind of some like, a little more primitive looking, but still nice and shiny pieces and everything else.
Antiques adds better
Okay.
value. Patina.
Yep. Okay. There's also a smattering of magic items, which I'll get to you. That you need to identify them. Again, that longsword, that helm, and then a couple other things there. Satara, you sort of turn into your little fish form and swim up to the surface, and those things fly too, don't they?
Yes,
that-
they're technically
Okay,
flying creatures, not swimming creatures, but
Yep.
have fins.
Well, it can move through the water like it's flying. So yeah, you swim up to the surface there and then pop the surface there. You will see, as you pop up the surface there, you will see, one sec. you will see the shaman, who has a large, like, barrel, like a makeshift looking barrel, and he's looking down over the surface. As you pop up there, you can kind of see him over there. Again, this is you break the surface, and it's this massive. You're in a cavern, and the cavern haven't you been in before here are this cavern is a few 100 feet wide, and the ceiling is at least 60, 80 feet above you. And there's stalactites and everything else hanging down from the ceiling above there. And it's this massive open space. Right here, looking up here, is this roughly the top of this little ridge, and it rises up further to the south. It kind of rises up to almost like a stepped platform, essentially going up until it kind of merges with, well, it sort of goes back. It sort of like just merges with the wall. And you see, well, like I said, he is standing here with a barrel. And let's see if he even notices you as you break the surface. He's sort of focused, looking down there, trying to see what's going on. Obviously, seeming very distraught, very, um, and he moves back over here, starts moving over toward this side over here.
Do I see anything else around? Can I tell what he's got in that barrel?
Well, effectively, you can kind of see as he's dragging the barrel back over here to this side over here, it's trailing a bit of goo and stuff. This is where the came from when he would have dumped it over the side, and now he's pulling it back over to here. As you watch, he will sort of lower the barrel of the side there, and he reaches down into the water at his feet. The water is maybe about 6 inches high. Reaches down and pulls on what appears to be a chain or something, and starts um, pulling there. And as you watch, he will pull and lift another barrel up out of the side, and taking off a lid and starting to drag it back over this way.
Okay, I'll go back just under the surface of the water and think to the others. The shaman's up here. He's got buckets of dead stuff chumming the waters. We might need to check out what he's actually doing.
I say we go
What
up
would you
and
like to do? Good.
I say we go up and give him a greeting. Let him know that the lurker's gone.
You guys go up to the surface there. He as you're swimming up there, he will dump the other barrel of stuff down into the surface there, and you kind of move up to the side, swimming up over here, seeing him looking over the edge, very concerned as you emerge, and he looks up at you and
You, what have you done? Are you servants? Will you serve the master? Will you serve the Lurk?
I just tell him
you all crazed.
Master's dead. You're free.
And you just see his eyes go wide.
No. The master is all. We must serve. We must serve the Lurk.
And he will just completely just like let out a scream of rage and run toward you. Just teeth and claws. There's like no, like, he's totally feral as he's running at you.
I'm looking at Lucas like, I've been wanting to kill him since a long time ago, so it's up to you.
Yeah.
Let me ask, are you going to let him get up to you, or are you going to stop him on the way?
Well, I'll draw my weapons and ready to.
Okay.
I
Killing
throw
the
my
thing
dagger. When
hasn't-
he does that, when he draws his weapons, I throw my dagger.
Okay.
If killing
you
the
throw a
thing
dagger
hasn't
into him
freed
there.
him, then quite frankly,
Yeah.
it's just a risk to everybody
Effectively,
else.
you throw a dagger and stick it into him. Lucas, you draw your weapons and you sort of you just drive it forward, and he just impales himself. Grim, you just stab him with the other dagger you didn't throw into him yet there, and he just like trying to claw at you, and he can't do enough damage to even hurt you at this point. Even if he were to claw, you would only be for like maybe 6 or so points of damage. So he's just like flailing ineffectually at you, and then just sort of like eventually drop and slumps down to the ground. And the shaman is gone.
You ought to cast a spell on him and keep him from dying, and then that'll torture him, and then we'll make him take us the way out.
Or not. Or we can just swim out.
Yeah, I'm not going to torture.
We could have attempted to dispel it like we did with the dinosaur, but I mean, it's dead now.
There's nothing to dispel. He has no there's no spell effect on him.
We
Yeah, we already tried that.
Okay.
determined
He's
that.
he's been brainwashed. He is like completely under its. He has bought the cookies, all of them.
Yeah, he sniffed to the
He drank the
black goo.
Kool-Aid.
Yeah, he drank the Kool-Aid. Yeah.
So
what do I
you
see while we're
take
up
some
here?
time. So what you
Okay.
see is you're this is somewhat flat surface up here. You're actually up in air at this point. Massive cavern above you, slide tights, and everything else. Just hundreds of feet on all sides there, about 60 to 80 feet up to the roof. You don't see any other ways out specifically, although you do see a couple places where water kind of trickles in. And there's obviously lots of dripping sounds from all the stalactites as water is coming down from above somewhere. You're in some sort of a subterranean cavern below the lake, below the surface of the lake somewhere. So you do know the way back out. The way you came is up here to up on the far side where you came in. You still know where that is. You don't see any other ways out. I mean, there's no obvious other ways out of here. You probably could find other chasms and caverns and such.
The way we'll go the way we came, then I reckon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You do see bobbing in the air over here, kind of at the surface there, a strange-looking, three-eyed, large, like fish, kind of just like bobbing up above the water surface, over here.
Isn't
You've
that
not seen that
Sitara?
happen. You wouldn't know that. You didn't see her change, and so there is a strange-looking floating.
They have seen
fish.
my
Yeah,
space
that was
guppy form
Feel,
before. No,
Oh,
they've
got
seen the space guppy before.
Mhm.
I said that I was
Okay,
doing
yeah,
that to look
okay.
around.
That's right. Okay, so you do so you pause. What the? Oh, yeah, that is Sitara's form.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Um,
Fish are
odd
friend,
looking.
not food.
As a plesiosaur goes, oh no, I'm just
Mhm.
kidding. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, we wouldn't let that
Oh.
happen. Mm-mm.
No. You will see kind of breaking the surface over on the far side of the cavern there. You will see the neck of a plesiosaur kind of swimming around on the far side there. It just seems to be just swimming around. Not sure
I'll
exactly.
ask Tara, can she go talk to it? Maybe it'll tell us a shorter way out.
The predator?
She's the guppy.
When we broke the surface,
She's
Jim, I'm sorry, I was AFK. When we broke the surface, where were we in reference of the lake?
What you mean?
Like, were we
So-
outside, or were we like
No,
in?
you see cavern above you. You are
Okay.
underground still. So this is a subterranean cavern at somewhere below the lake.
A cave inside of a cave. Got it. Okay.
A cave under the lake. Yes.
Yep. Okay. Let's go back out the way we came in. That's the quickest, fastest way.
Yeah.
All right. So you will move back to the chambers there. You take your time. You have plenty of time there, and you're able to kind of make sure that there's no other lizard folk survivors and else that or anything else there. You're fairly the way you came in, at least. You don't find any other chambers or any other passageways off to the side, and so following the way you came. It's a little touch and go in some spots there, but you've got some intelligent people among you, and some people with some good instincts and good wisdom and such. So you're able to kind of pick your way back through
Thank you.
the area there. You eventually break the surface back in the cavern where you first encountered the lizard folk. Take a moment to kind of get your bearings, kind of figure your way out there, and then back out that way. And I mean, it's a good long time. I mean, you're going through the cavern, the tunnels there, as you're not having to be quite as careful or following anybody else there. You can make better time here, but it still takes you a good 6 hours to get back out again.
Wow.
So you finally
Dang.
break the surface, head back to the shore of the lake itself, up onto solid ground, and you will see the lizard folk there have sort of camped out, and they're sort of checking over everybody, and they're looking there, and they all look up at you and,
Oh, thank you for helping us and saving our people. It is very good to see you, and it is wonderful to have people to help in these times. Is Roger coming out or not?
Bless you. No, I think he died.
and you see one of the older, more grizzled-looking ones, the big old, like you see there's a massive scar along the side there, and you see his scales are kind of faded with age, and he's
Good. He was the worst of us. We'll find somebody new to help with our crops and blessings and such.
and he's sort of like,
And please, we can hunt and forage and share our fire tonight, and we will set off in the morning.
and you see it's pretty dark by this point there, well after nightfall. The stars above, and what's interesting is the night sounds of the swamp come back to you, and the odd sort of suppressive sensation, the weird sort of like animals not quite behaving the way they should, seems to have passed. The 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 birds are floating around normally. You see a couple of pteranodons like floating around there, flying by. It's kind of swooping along there in the backdrop of the stars and some of the clouds. A large moon up in the sky. As you're able to sit down at a fire, um, call in call in your airship, which will come and land nearby. And the lizard folk are all very happy to spend the evening with the people that saved them.
You
Yay.
didn't eyeball them at all.
No.
They don't
No.
remember that.
They remember
the Lurk
that.
and the Murk is gone, and
Outstanding.
with that, you will also level up.
Yes.
You are now level 13, as the Dreadmire itself has been made much safer with the destruction of the creature that would dominate the minds of its inhabitants.
Mhm.
That, we're going to wrap things up for today. I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for playing always. And
Good game.
those of you out there
Thank you.
watching, hope you enjoyed now and in the future. And as always, if you're looking for games, please join us. We have a brand new game just starting up there, a new Pathfinder game starting up in there. We've got some openings and various games that are happening on different nights of the week. There's always new one-shots popping up there. So if you're looking for a game to play in, join in with us. Links in the description below. And if you're looking to run games too, we're always looking for more DMs. So join us and have lots of fun with us. So take care, everyone. Have fun. And as always, Thanks for being here. Next time drinks are on us. We'll see you again real soon.
Bye bye.
Bye, folks.
Bye.